grace and peace, grand rising, grand rising. I see my lotuses here early in the morning. Well, we're not early, it's the afternoon, right? It's 12 o'clock. So this is the midweek check-in. We're going to be going over health, romance, finance, and do an oracle to end the reading. If there is anybody that would like to have a mini reading at the end of this, they can do so. Just let Lotus know, put your name down in the link. Not in the link, put your name down in the chat and let her know. If not, we'll just discuss what the planetary alignments are happening right now. We just came out of Mercury retrograde, but we still have that energy around us. So we still need to be a little cautious about signing documents. Technology could be acting a little funky, phones cutting off. Oh, snap. Larry Beach is in the building. Salute to the Titan. He's in the bushes. So there's still going to be some issues with technology, communication. So, you just want to be mindful about how we're going to be moving forward in this retrograde. It's leaving. Venus is in Taurus right now. Mercury is in Taurus as well. So even though we're not in that retrograde activity, we have the what you call the remnants of it. So it's going to be in Taurus. Taurus has been taking the brunt of a lot of things this month. So they've kind of been in this push and pull dynamic where it's hard for them. They're a fixed sign, so it's hard for them to kind of move and communicate and move forward. So it's looking a little funky still for Tauruses. Like I said, Mercury is going into Taurus right now. We also have the North Node in Taurus and the South. We have the North Node in Taurus and the South Node in Scorpio. And so that's for the cosmic. That's for everybody on the planet, and how Taurus is going to be affecting them, how Scorpio is going to be affecting them, because Scorpio is about transformation. It's about dying. It's about being reborn, right? And we just had a full moon and a blood moon at that in Scorpio 2 weeks ago. It was also a lunar eclipse. So eclipses are going to stay around for a while. That energy is going to be here up to about 6 months. So, and it's in Scorpio. So, we're going to see more of this, more deaths, for better or for worse. We really don't want to we really would not like to see that, but that's pretty much what's going to happen. I see my internet service is acting a little janky right now. So if I'm bleeping in and out, guys, it's mostly YouTube or just the live stream, or could be just my laptop, because I have YouTube playing in the background. We're listening to some meditation music. We can't listen to our, funky music because they will copyright me. They will put me on a little slap on the wrist. All right. So, all right, so I'm going to talk a little bit more about those planet alignments. Not too much, heavy hitters that are happening at the moment, but because we still have this energy that's just, it just really left us, but that energy is still here. So, we're not completely out of the woods yet. We still have to go through some obstacles and some hurdles. We still have to, spiritually speaking, die to be born again. My beauty queen's in the building. Salute. Yes. All right, so let's kick it in. I'm going to start off with, and I'm using just one deck, and I will clarify with the Witches deck. I'm going to be doing your health first. We'll go into finances, and then we'll go into that old tricky, nasty romance, because romance likes to have, I have 3 decks here for romance, guys. 3 decks, and I have the rose quartz sitting right on top of it to cool it off, to calm it down. But love wants to speak. Love is not boastful. Love is not proud. But this little deck, these decks here want to talk. So we'll talk to them later. Okay. And with that being said, and if anybody wants personal readings, they can go to the website. It's pinned in the description there. They can go to my website and get personal readings there if they're not interested in doing a mini reading here. Mini readings is just me pulling one card and kind of getting the energy of what's going on around you. But this is a general reading. This is not for anybody specifically. So know that general readings are just the room, the energy of the people in the collective. And that's what the reading is basically about, that energy there. But if it makes sense for you, take the message, heed it, and keep it moving. If it doesn't make sense, please don't try to put it into your narrative. Because a lot of us like to say, yeah, that resonates with me. And we like to put it into our narrative, and it doesn't make sense. You just want it to make sense. Some people are holding on to this desperation of, especially love readings. This is my thing. If it is, fine. Also know that masculine and feminine energy are in us both, the yin and the yang, right? So, masculine energy can look like in a female, just being more assertive, more boisterous, a little tough. That's just me. And that's my interpretation. You can look up how masculine energy is, all right, and how feminine energy is. And feminine energy, if it's more so in a man, it just looks like he's, more understanding, more compassionate, doesn't have a problem letting his emotions out, not yelling and angry. I mean, being more compassionate and understanding towards, the females. So that's just a little synapse of what that's looking like. All right. So we're going to use, I'm using this new deck. And guys, my throat chakra is a little off right now. It started, and I don't know if it's like sinuses and my throat is kind of wacky. So I'm going to be sipping my tea and my water. But, if I'm like, or whatever, it's because my throat chakra is like acting up. All right. And I did clear it out with the Palo Santos just before I got on. So we'll see. All right. So let's kick it in with the health for the collective. Know that this is timeless, right? The energy is fluid. So it can either apply to you right now or, tomorrow, next week. If you want to look back at the message later on, it doesn't make sense for you right now, please do so. Again, we're not going to try to make everything fit just because it sounds nice, right? All right. And salute to Miss Sharon. She said, salute to you. Oh, Miss Sharon said salute. Yeah. Man, love it, love it, love it. She gives me awesome feedback. Lotus just gave me some feedback as well today. And I'm just like, oh man, I'm so honored. I'm so grateful that my peers get me. And even if they're not my peers, they're my elders, and they still understand what I'm saying, and they receive my message, and it makes sense for them. And some things have come to pass. I appreciate everyone who's taken the time out to do a personal reading with me and come back and said, this is making sense for me. Pink Sugar just hit me up as well and gave me some other confirmation. Sometimes the news is not always so great, but I'm not here to make the message sugar coated unless we're doing a live where it's one-on-one in the collective. But as far as a personal reading, it's going to come out the way it's going to come out. It's not my message. I'm the messenger. So however it's supposed to be received and however it's supposed to be brought out, that's the way it's going to come out. Again, I'm not in the business to sugarcoat things and make it sound sweet. I really don't like if there's something that shows the death card, people get a little scared about that. That doesn't necessarily mean that there is a death that's going to happen to that person or in their family right away. It could mean that there was a person that transitioned over and they want to connect with you through this message. So, we need to be mindful about when we see certain cards, and if we don't understand it, it could make us a little frightful. It could make us a little scared, but it just means that's the energy around you. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be death upon you. It just means that there's some energy around you that needs to die out, or there was somebody who physically died that wants to come through and talk to you. I'm not a medium. I do not, when I do my readings, I'm not channeling your deceased loved ones. So, don't ask me if, Uncle Charlie's coming through. Do you see, a Big Mama there? I don't do that. They happen to come and tap on my shoulder and be like, let them know I'm here. And I'm like, I didn't sign up for that. But they do. They come through. aunties, uncles, grandfathers, cousins, you name it, whoever it is that you're really close with, that you work close with on the physical plane, they're coming through on the spiritual plane to let you know there could be something in the midst, coming to you, happening, whether fortune or, a child, whatever it could be, that this deceased loved one wants to come over and relay the message, or just let you know that they are there regardless of, because they're not here in the physical. They're letting you know, I'm still here with you, even though you can't touch me, even though you can't pick up the phone and call me, I'm still here. So that happens in some of my readings sometimes. I would say most of the time that I've done personal readings. I for the most part, there's been a lot of my people who have done their personal readings. There have been deceased loved ones that have come over just to let them know that I'm here, and this is what to look out for. So we have to be mindful about, and I explain, I let you guys know that, these different cards and their meaning. So again, while the death card is the most scariest looking card on the deck, also the devil card, it doesn't mean that the devil's around you. It just means that there's this type of toxic energy that's happening. The devil card represents, relationships that are toxic. There could be abuse going on. There could be substance abuse happening. All right. So that's what that card means. And I don't ever look at it like this, the devil. I have my own concept of the devil. And I don't ever give that energy light. So I will let you guys know that's what it means. And if you go to any other readers, they kind of pretty much say the same thing. If you don't hear a reader telling you that, use your spidey senses, because then they're just there to hook, line, and sink you in and wheel you in and get some money. If they're not explaining what that energy means around you, because not everybody knows what the tarot cards mean, and not everybody understands that energy. So if a person doesn't really explain to you too much, just use your spidey senses, use your discernment. I don't want to take away from any other readers. I'm just saying that don't let anybody scare you into paying them because they tell you, oh, I see, so-and-so or this, that, and the third. Like, because there's a lot of people out there. It's getting more and more commercialized, which I find offensive and disrespectful, because I took this as a student and learning this craft. And so for a company to say, oh, we're going to put tarot cards out during Mercury retrograde, I'm like, first of all, A, how do you know about Mercury retrograde? And B, what are you doing with tarot cards? Right. So if you're not careful, you're going to bring that type of energy in where it is the devil, demons, and other nefarious entities. And I don't want to be around that. No, thank you. I'm not taking my fries and my Coke with this entity behind me. No, thank you. So be careful, with signing up, because now, like I said, a lot of readers are coming out more. So please, 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 this is the time, because you're going to have charlatans in the mix. And you want to be very careful about who you're signing your energy up with and who you're signing your currency to. All right. So that's all I have to say with that. Let me get a little sippy sip and we're going to go ahead and continue. Right, Lotus. Voodoo's in the building. Salute, Emperor. Yeah. Thank you, Lotus. Yeah, use your discernment. Like, definitely got to get tapped in with your spidey senses, because, like I said, there's charlatans out here. There's big corporations that are using this craft to play politics with, and that it's not funny, it's not cute. And I would never go into that type of establishment and say, oh yeah, let me get a fries with the Coke and let me get that reading there. No. I didn't do it before. I'm not doing it now. And this type of this kind of craft has always been cloaked in secrecy. And when it first started to come around, it was, French people that were doing, passing the time around, and they were playing their cards. And then they came up with tarot cards, and, so it did start off that way. But the people who are the spiritualists and the people who are into that spirituality, they don't take it as a game. They take it as if you were going to church and you were getting guidance from the reverend or the pastor or the priest. It would be the same thing as you consulting a healer, a reader, a medium, and so forth. All right. So yeah, so that's what that is. Okay. So let's go ahead and kick it off with the health. And I shuffled a little bit earlier. And I shuffled a little bit earlier. So let's go ahead and kick it off with the health. Okay. So let's go ahead and kick it off with the health. And I shuffled a little bit earlier. And I shuffled a little bit earlier. So what is the message for the collective in regards to health, please? Okay. All right. So, we got the King of Cups here. All right. So Cancer season's coming up. And we got the Eight of Swords here. Bottom of the deck. So, and the Five of Coins. Okay. So that can tap into some finances as well. But the King of Cups has to do with emotional maturity. All right. This is water signs, Cancer, Pisces, and Scorpio energy. But this is a father figure or grandfather, masculine energy, but has feminine energy as well. The King of Cups is that balance of masculine and feminine energy. So this is what that looks like, because he is a water sign, and water signs are emotional creatures. However, the king knows how to balance that out. He's gone through some stages to get to this point. Okay, so some of us can be dealing with, some mental stress that we're getting rid of now. All right, I'm getting something to do with work. All right, there could be a shift with work or position that's being the load is being lightened. And so with that mental stress we have to talk about, right? That mental health, because it's not just physical health. Our mental and our physical work hand in hand. If our mental is off, our physical is going to be off, right? If you're not feeling good, chances are you're not going to get up and go do a lap around the block. If you're running a fever or you're just mentally not feeling good and you can't get out of bed, you're not going to run around. You might. I know I don't. So mental health can affect our physical health. So what I'm getting here is that there could be somebody now, again, it's masculine energy, but my females take this also as, because like I said, we have masculine and feminine both in us. But this is a mental health issue going on here that's coming to an end. There's some light at the end of the tunnel. Then we have the King of Pentacles here too. So there's heavy masculine energy right underneath all of this. And then I got the Knight of Pentacles right underneath that as well. So, this could be specifically, I'm talking to a man right now, male, collective that, you have championed in some, got over some mental health with the Eight of Swords here. This has to do with everything being in your mind. You self-sabotaging yourself, not so much people around you. This is about you in specific. And you coming out of this type of depression. Again, that's why I was getting this mental issues at work. So if you've been stressed out or bogged down with a lot of work, you're coming out of this. So you're going to be feeling better, especially in Cancer season, because that's the next water sign up on the table. Cancer season is the end of June going into July. So you'll start to feel more better mentally speaking come Cancer season. Because Cancers are the mothers. We heal. Let's clarify a little bit more. Why is this king here with the Witches deck? All right. And if somebody's into buying fish, like an aquarium, I would think that's a good mental health. Like fishes hearing water can calm you down. Or getting onto YouTube and then downloading like rivers, water, what is that called? Meditation. And so that can help you kind of calm yourself down. So you got to find different ways to, control your anger or help you with this mental anxiety. All right. But I'm getting, somebody like getting a fish tank with some exotic fish in there, or they're looking into buying that. You should do it, because this is going to help you with your mental, that mental stress and calm you down. Okay. Now, again, if this is not a male person in the collective, this could be anybody's father or grandfather, uncle. This is somebody older that could be going through, I mentioned Alzheimer's once before in a reading. So this could be somebody in the early stages of Alzheimer's. All right. Disclaimer, I'm not a medical professional. I am not a nutritionist or a legal personnel. This is just the message that are coming through me intuitively through spirit. All right, so let's see what else is going on. All right, we got the Strength here in reverse, the Five of Cups and the Five of Wands. Yeah, so if somebody's dealing with some kind of issues at work that's really like messing their head up, that's getting them kind of like either feeling depressed or just feeling overwhelmed, just know that there's going to be a change coming up for you. All right, we got the Strength card here in reverse. This is that Leo energy. All right. Yeah, so the summertime could look a little more different for somebody who's going through this type of anxiety. They feel defeated right now. They feel, they may not have the courage to stand up to, their employees or their work co-workers. All right, so that somebody's holding a lot of this anxiety and somebody's holding a lot of this tension. And if that's not the case, there is somebody whose parents, father particularly, who might be having the onset of dementia or Alzheimer's. All right. Okay. Let's move on to your finance. So I saw the King of Pentacles there and the Knight of Pentacles. So this could be definitely male energy right now. I'm getting male energy, not so much masculine energy, but I'm getting male energy. So somebody, there could be a male in the collective here that's having some type of, there's not so much depression. It's more like anxiety or just getting really like bogged down. Like there's this wave of sadness. So depression is something that, can stay with you a lot longer, and temporary sadness could feel like depression, but it's just what it is. It's a temporary feeling of, doom, gloom, feeling sad for yourself, feeling sorry for yourself. That's what I'm getting. This is kind of like a temporary feeling, but this could be coming on because of things happening at work. Again, being overwhelmed with work responsibilities, or your coworkers. Where's that card? Or your coworkers not helping you out. All right, you doing most of the work, and they're just kind of like sitting around, slap ass, and is what they call it, grab ass. Whoa! All right, so this card just popped out, and the King of So we got the Ten of Pentacles here, Hangman in reverse, and then we got Judgment here in reverse as well. Bottom of the deck, Nine of Coins. So. Ten of Pentacles here definitely has to do with finances. Okay. Sorry guys, I just had to check my phone because of course it's Wednesday and I get messages. Ten of Pentacles here in reverse, and then we have Judgment here in reverse, bottom of the deck. So collective, there could be this person I'm tapping into, male. I'm channeling a male or men in the building right now. All right, because this guy here, even though the Ten of Pentacles has family around it in the traditional tarot deck, it's just one man here, just one person. So, I'm definitely getting somebody, there's something up with one of my guys. So fellas, listen up. Ladies, take a seat for a second, because now, also, again, like I said, we have masculine energy. So there could be somebody here who's, a female who definitely has a lot of this masculine energy where, they have to take on a lot of work. And this puts you in a position where you have to kind of be more assertive. You got to be kind of like rough around the edges and strong. But I'm definitely channeling a male. And there could be you waiting to leave this position that you're having issues with. You feel like, listen, I don't worry about taking my losses. It's my mental health that I'm worried about. And it's like, I don't really care, if they don't give me my severance or they don't give me everything that I'm due. I need my mental sanity. So somebody could be looking with this Judgment in reverse here. Somebody could be looking to leave their place of employment because there could be too much stress going on here, too much, just overworked. Maybe there's not, maybe there's not enough pay. So they're feeling like, look, I'm taking on all this responsibility and I'm not getting paid the salary that I should be getting with all the work that I'm doing. All right. Yeah. With this Judgment in reverse, it's possible that, the boss, and this could be a company thing. So it may not be necessarily the boss's fault. Just the company's not paying much, and you're doing all this extra work here. All right. So let's clarify a little bit more. But the ten of coins has to do with family as well. So, if there is a husband that's having an issue at work, ladies, then understand that they're going through some challenging times right now. They could be in the middle of looking for another job. I'm getting laid off as well. Or not so much laid off, but the company had to downsize. Okay, let's see what else is here. I definitely want to save. We got 2 cards that came out. Okay. Definitely want to save for a rainy day. We got the Fool card here in the middle of the deck as I open it up in reverse. Okay, Aquarius energy. And then we got the Knight of Wands here. And then we got the Knight of Cups that came out and the Tower card, Scorpio energy. So we got a lot of water signs going on here, guys. But more masculine energy. I'm getting a lot of masculine energy. So again, I'm going to speak to my fellas right now, because somebody's having some type of, they want to move forward, possibly looking at other places, distance from their house in regards to income or employment. So you're going to see some things take place or changes. If you're putting in resumes or you're applying for a job or you have gone on interviews, things going to look better come July, or not really so much July, but Cancer season. So that's the end of June going into July, because we have this Tower card here and then the Knight of Cups. To clarify, why is this 10 in reverse here? So somebody could be looking to leave, as I said, their place of employment now, but also looking further, because we got the Knight here. And then we got the 4 of Cups right underneath that. And then the Chariot, which is Cancer energy. All right, Cancers come through. So somebody is a heavy Cancer right now. And this might be me, because I don't know any other of you guys in here are a Cancer. I will take note of this message, because my husband's a Pisces. So water signs, as I just said, King of Cups, right? I got to tell him about this. He'll be like, oh, snap. Is what I'm getting is that there's going to be this time where you can, if there is a downsizing in your job, this is going to give you that opportunity. You could be collecting unemployment. It's not going to be a lot, but this money here is where you can kind of like hold on to it, right? And if you need to look elsewhere, further away from your home, now is the opportunity. You can take these type of drives, or because I'm getting that it's at a distance from where you work at. So, sometimes that's the opportunity. You may have to drive an hour commute away from where you work at, because that's where the opportunity is. Or, like say somebody in New York City, Manhattan is the highest paying borough. So you can get a lot of money working in Manhattan, but if you go into the outer boroughs, especially in the Bronx, you're not going to get that much. Minimum wage is 15 now, but 15 in Manhattan with those prices it's not feasible. So you have to look outside of that area. It may not be a lot, but you're going to have a job. And that's the important thing. When you have a family, that's the important thing, right? We can't be, sometimes we want to hold off for that opportunity. But when you have a family, you got to take what comes. You know what I'm saying? Because you got a family, and this is what I'm saying. The 10 of coins is the family, like the 10 of cups. So you got to take what comes your way. If it sounds good, go for it. If it pays good, okay, obviously you're going to go for it. But it may not be around your neighborhood or in your district or your town. You may have to travel outside of your town to, have a better opportunity with employment. All right. Okay. All right. Let's move on to romance. But also know that opportunity for whoever this is resonating with, that opportunity is going to take take place more closer to Cancer season. So that's the end of June going into July. So if you're having a situation now with work, it's going to get better come Cancer season. And again, you may have to leave the state, or you might have to leave the state of where you're living at to have a better opportunity. Listen, it is what it is. Okay, so let me put these cards down and let's get the collective's romance. Okay. So we will use the angel romance. We're going to be using the love oracle deck, and then another oracle deck that I picked up a couple of weeks ago, maybe about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, is the Soul Connections Two Hearts Meet. So that's going to be the reading for the I'm getting religious love. Get out of my head, R. Kelly. All right, so somebody might be having a religious love. There is a card in here that says religious factors or an issue, or could be going on in your life. But I also heard religious love. That's a song by R. Kelly. If you're not with his program, don't come at me. I'm just saying his songs will be in my head for the rest of my life. I didn't grow up with R. Kelly, but my teenage years, my early 20s, my mid 30s. Whatever. All right, let's kick it off with romance. Love and loyalty's in the building. Yay! Salute. Haven't seen you in a minute. I saw you on Star, but I don't think you saw me. I was like, hey. Okay, who is this? Hold on a second, y'all. Let me just answer these messages really quick. Okay. Because if they don't, it keeps beeping and bumping and womping. And I got to have it on because I got to listen out for my daughter and stuff. But I'm not going to turn it off completely. All right. So let's go ahead with the romance. So we have here calling in your soulmate in reverse. Your prayers, affirmations, and visualizations help you bring you together. All right. That's in reverse. And another card came out, or 3 cards came out. I told you, this romance always wants to talk. Express your love. The next card is Unrequited Love. Who is going on here? We got chemistry in reverse, about middle of the deck there, and getting to know each other. All right, we got this getting to know each other again. This getting to know each other has been in the reading for like 3 weeks, maybe. Let's see. So calling in your soulmate and express your love and unrequited love. We haven't gotten out of that retrograde energy, even though it's leaving, the energy's still around. So we still have to keep talking to our loved ones, expressing to them how we're feeling. If we feel that things are not going right, or if we were talking about somebody who's having financial issues, if this is a husband and a wife type situation, it can get a little burdensome with the feminine wife, mother, because she has to take up the load of the work. So now I'm going to talk to my ladies, because we spoke to the fellas, but for the ladies, we could be having this masculine energy step up to the plate, because now if dad is out, looking for work or out of work, right? We may have to step in and be this 2-income parent at the moment. We have to, take care of the children. I had a discussion on my platform 2 weeks ago, or maybe a week ago, about a week ago, in regards to this type of dynamic of being a housewife. Not versus, but some people, millennials, want to have housewives of the 1950s. That's not, I don't know if that can be financially feasible, because the cost of living has gone up so much. The price of food is going up. We see this. We see, everything is kind of going up economically, right? But the salaries kind of stay the same, or if they go up, they only go up a pinch, right? So your cost of living is not really adding up to the money that you're getting in. If this happens, if there is a husband that is being let go, downsized, or whatever, or just having this type of anxiety, or just like, listen, I need to find another job. The moms, the wives, the mothers, the ladies could be having this masculine energy kick up even more so you have to do, maybe almost all the work at home, right? Plus going to work, plus taking care of the children. So we need to express to one another in a delicate way, because this time could be a very hostile and very you don't have a job, or why don't you stay at the job? We need money. There's an infant formula shortage going on. What we were gonna do with the baby and the milk, right? So we have to speak with each other with compassion, understanding, bite our tongues as best as possible, write it in a journal, F you, right? Put in what you need to put it in your little journal, go outside, go talk to somebody, somebody that you can kind of like not dump on, but you can just be like, listen, I need a moment, or just go outside, get some air and relax. Take the kids out to the park, sit down on the bench, do your meditations, listen to your meditations. You know what I'm saying? Try to make it work, right? Calling in your soulmate. Again, I'm not getting that this is a singles type of reading in regards to love at the moment. I can see if I can channel in, but I'm getting now, if this is a single situation, this is you who has let go of a relationship that, with this unrequited love here, reverse or not, there's just something here that's kind of off with this partner or the person you were dealing with. So, you're holding back, as much as you try to get to know this person, we got to stay optimistic. So I'm in reverse. So I'm feeling that this is the singles, I'm feeling that this person that you might be interested in, there's just not enough something about them that's keeping you entertained, interested. That's not your soulmate. You would know instinctively, right? So, it's okay to express, listen, it's just not working out. Some people have a problem with rejection, but they don't understand that rejection was your protection or your blessing. If that person says, hey, listen, it's not working out, they could be like, listen, it's me. It's not you, it's me. I have my own issues. I'm not ready for this. Don't take it like, all right, this is the end of the road. I'll never have a relationship. This person doesn't want to be with me. Look at it as a blessing in disguise, because you don't know what could have happened if you got into this relationship. And if you were starting to get kind of red flags and kind of feeling off about the relationship, why would you still want to keep going? Right? So, if that's the case, just know for the singles, things could be popping off. Yeah, we got engagement here. So there could have been an engagement called off. In regards to this particular person, we got flirt in reverse, release your ex. Yeah, so somebody has just recently gotten out of a relationship. And I'm getting that it's more like a casual kind of thing. It's not something that you were looking forward to as far as like a husband and wife kind of relationship, or to have like this serious relationship. What I'm getting is kind of casual. You guys meet up every whatever, somebody comes to somebody's house. It's not even so much going out and, enjoying each other. It's really kind of one of those kind of casual, late night stuff. Or it could be in the afternoon when nobody's around. I'm going to leave this alone because now it's going into something else. And I don't want to deal with you, romance. You're doing daytime stuff when somebody's around and somebody else. Listen. Somebody's situation is getting real messy, and I don't want it's like a daytime soap opera right now, because this is involving the husband and the wife and somebody coming over during the daytime. Okay, let's see what else is going on here. Oh, that's too many cards. Okay, let's see. We got lightning in reverse. We got self-indulgence. What else? So lightning here in reverse is sudden change, shocking news, epiphany, transformation. Okay, so for those that are going through, this, if your spouse is having a hard time at work, or maybe, out of work at the moment, or, and when I say spouses, could be husband or wife, there's going to be the sudden change. As I said, look towards Cancer season when things will be coming through for you. But if you're now, for the singles, if you are dealing with somebody that you just feel like, this is kind of just casual thing, this is going to change. This will definitely die itself out. And, there's this letting go of this type of energy. But then there's like one person, I don't know, there's one person here, but then there's something else in the mix, that there's going to be some revelation that there's some type of infidelity going on here. All right, I'm getting third party situation. So there could be some epiphanies coming through. We got healthy choice here. Yeah, making healthy choices in love and life, self-love, self-care. That's that express your love. So somebody could be having a hard time with wedding rings. Yeah, so this is a couple. So, this could be just one person that I'm getting to at the moment. There is this like third party situation that somebody's not aware of, because it's not even a nighttime type of thing. It's during the daytime. When somebody's out, somebody else comes in. So that's what I'm saying. It's very casual. It's not this, there's this, it's third party, but it's not any more than anything than a casual thing. All right. It's not something serious. You should cut your losses. All right. Because if you got something else going on here, you're married. Listen, I'm not a wedding therapist or a wedding counselor, a marriage counselor. What do I know? But this is definitely geared to somebody who's married. All right. What else do we have here? Or in a committed relationship. You don't necessarily have to have rings on your finger yet. We got kisses in reverse. This third party situation is not a good thing. It's just not. Somebody's getting cheated out. Not only cheated on, but cheated out. Like, and if you're a single person and you're having this type of third party situation, out. Because this person that you're dealing with also has somebody. Look, this picture here, getting to know each other, that's 3 people. That's the bottom of the deck of the romance. That's 3 people. So he's seeing 2 women. This could be his wife, and then he has his girl, his boo thing or whatever that he comes by to see. See how his sword is drawn down? He's not about speaking the truth, even though he says getting to know each other. He's concealing his weapon. Figuratively speaking, metaphorically speaking. All right. So if this is somebody who's single and casually dating, this person here has somebody else that they live with, and you're just being seen when it's convenient. So we don't want to have that type of lifestyle. We don't want to be the convenience. We want to be the main or nothing. Now, if this is a polygamy or poly relationship, there could be the guy and the girl interviewing the other person to come in. If somebody wants to have somebody come into their bedroom, is what I'm getting. This is like a polygamy thing going on here. So there could be a cheating, or if this is just a monogamous husband and wife, then, just know to be easy with each other, expressing your love to each other during this time, because I'm getting, as we saw in the finances and in the health, that there is this masculine father energy that's having a hard time with work. All right. Could possibly have lost work or have less money coming in. So we want to, but for the last section here in this romance, I'm getting this polygamy third party where somebody wants to, the guy and the girl are like talking to each other. Like let's get somebody else here. And I'm not getting it's a sister wife. Look, I'm not getting sister wives. It's really a sexual thing. So this isn't the polygamy in regards to financially being taken care of, educationally, spiritually. so forth and so on. This is really a sexual, somebody has a this is casual, because this is not a real polygamy relationship. This is somebody that wants to experiment with another female. The girl is in on it as well. They want to have a daytime tryst. There's a lot of daytime stuff going on. So they could be meeting this girl during the daytime, or they want to do something. Yeah, they're like talking to this girl. So there's a guy and a girl that's like trying to seduce or introduce or interview another woman to have some sexual encounters with. So that's the third party thing there. It's very casual. It's nothing like we want her to be our sister wife, we want to take care of her. No, it's very sexually driven. All right. There's no lovey-dovey involved. The healthy choices are not here. That's what I'm saying. It's just it's more on your lower chakras, your lower frequency. So somebody is living on that lower sexual energy right now, where that's what they want. They want to have that type of swinging an episode. That's what it is. Yeah, we got Cupid in reverse, Cupid's arrow in reverse. What else? Hush, voodoo, hush. That's what I'm seeing, is a tryst. Yeah, man, this is wild. Like, that just takes it. This is what I want to do. Listen, this is why if I do a segment just for reading, it's going to get crazy. It's going to be all kinds of wild stuff up in there. Because romance just likes to tell the business. She's the nosy neighbor down in the basement. Or not in the basement. Cupid's arrow showed up again. We got here the sword and the rose. Clarity, truth, revelation. All right. Then we got Cupid's arrow that showed up upright this time. And palm tree. Stability, security, growth, flexibility. Then we got talking in reverse and addiction. Somebody likes sex a lot. And one of their things is to have two people, a third party situation going on. They want to have that. They want to explore that dynamic in their lives. This could be a young group of people. Or, I'm not getting anybody that's older, like in my age group. I'm getting this, very younger than me. So like 30s, 20s, where they want to explore this type of thing. But, if this is an infidelity as far as a husband and wife and then having somebody on the side, there's going to be a revelation coming up. It's hidden now, but this revelation will come up. All right, so let's move forward to the last deck. Yeah, somebody might get like caught, because we got Cupid's arrow here and it says meeting or hesitation, surprise invitation or meeting. So somebody could, there might be a setup where somebody's like, see, you got to be careful. Just want to be watching those stupid shows, and they're not really stupid, like those IDs and the husbands and the stuff. You got to be careful. That's why I said rejection. Some people don't know how to take rejection. So somebody could be calling this relationship off. There could be like, well, I'm going to let your wife know, or I'll let your husband know, Stupid stuff. Okay, so in the middle of the deck is guilt. Yep, this could go towards a divorce. And remarkable with the wedding, bottom of the deck with those wedding rings there. And it says here, notice everything remarkable about your relationship. Now, the cards that came out for the collective is 1111, twin flame, and receptive. So be ready to receive what fate has planned for you. 1111 is a most important number for twin flames. It symbolizes the harmony and balance of soul counterparts. Now, I want to speak to just the singles in this reading, because there's like 3 groups of people here. There's the married couples, there's the singles, and then there's this third party people that want to have a party. Singles, if you have gotten rid of, and I don't want to say gotten rid of because they're not trash, although they could have been trash, depends. If you are no longer in a relationship at the moment, pay attention to signs and symbols, because you knew that the person that you were dealing with intuitively just wasn't floating your boat, right? With this calling the soulmate in reverse, you just knew intuitively that it wasn't, a match for you. You could be seeing signs 1111, all right, or 222. Be receptive to that. Be open-minded to relationship, to people coming through into your life. And you will know intuitively, instinctively, that this person that you are, manifesting, praying about is going to come to you, because that's what it says here. Your prayers, affirmation, and visualizations help bring you together. Dirty Kenzo's in the building. Salute, salute. Peace, peace, peace. Everybody. Yeah, Larry. Larry, is this you, Larry? Oh, goodness. Somebody just came with the whole mess. Like, I was fine. First, we were talking about the husbands and wives, and then the singles. And then this third party just came like this to me, like boom, boom, boom. Yeah, talk about us. Let them know. Let somebody know that I'm interested. I'm interviewing now. Somebody's going to the park. Somebody's going to Starbucks. Like, y'all are having this interview with this girl. Y'all are having brunch. Oh, yeah. Okay. So that was the couples. That was the singles. For couples, if you're seeing this 1111, as I just said, we need to be receptive to each other. So if you're having some kind of disgruntled issues, financial issues, the husband is, that there's some type of layoffs or downsizing or whatever the case may be that's hindering the finances, just try to be as open and optimistic and kind and compassion to each other, right? Expressing that love and just letting them know, look, I understand, right? Because, we have something going on here at work. This could have been a woman. So if it's not the male, this is the woman. If she was a receptionist, they could be downsizing, or she's just tired of this type of job. It's not paying enough. She may be only getting $11 an hour. All right. So husbands, be as supportive, as gentle as possible, because she is doing her job plus her job at home and her job being a wife to you. So please be easy. All right. For this third party, this doesn't affect you guys. This doesn't affect you guys. This is more of a divine spiritual connection. You guys just want to be on some sexual stuff. And that's not really affecting you because you're not thinking on your higher frequency. You're in your lower chakra. So peace out. All right. Let's get you guys your wisdom oracle. And dogs in the building. Salute, salute. Yeah, brunch and mimosa, Dirty Kenzo. They want to, that's what I'm saying. Somebody's getting real like seducing. Let's have a brunch. We got mimosas going. We're going to get you a little soft up, a little saucy. You know what I'm saying? Some, what is it? Dirty Marys or Bloody Marys. All right, I'm done with that romance and its messy self. Let's get the oracle wisdom for the collective to end this reading. Let's get all these cards here. Somebody wants to get the what? Sloppy? Never mind. Let me shut up. I've been hanging out with a few people on a few of these YouTube screens, and I've been talking a little loose. So that's the alter ego. All right. Let's get it. Had a minute, wanted to show love. Thank you, Dirty Kenzo. Thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and see what's going on. Let's get an oracle for the collective. All right, so you guys have poised 48. Let's see here. Middle of the deck is exchanging gifts. So this is in the middle of the deck, and the bottom of the deck is 45. Time to go. So we got exchanging, time to go. So is that 12. All right, so 8 breaking down to 12, breaking down to 3. So when all is said and done, after all the finance issues have gone on, all this back and forth and arguments, one, at the end of the day, it's all about you. You by yourself. Even if you're in a relationship or you're working with other people, at the end of the day, it's still you. You got to stay on your square as much as possible. She's teetering a little bit off her square, because life will do that. Life will kind of knock you down. It will push you sideways. It may push you all the way down, but how you get back up is victorious. How you get back up is how it's going to determine, or what's going to determine you moving forward in life. You moving forward in a relationship. You moving forward with work. You moving forward with your health. You're choosing yourself over anything else. And yes, even sometimes family members. It's the way it is. Lauryn Hill said, how are you going to win when you're not right within? How are you going to win when you're not right within? Right? If we're not right within, who could we be good for? We can't be good at work. We're not going to be a good spouse. Parenting, we're going to be a little short with those kids. At work, we're going to be like, F this, right? Look at her tossing stuff in it like, I'm done with this job. I don't want to do this work today. It might be time to go for some people. It might be time to go in the relationship. If somebody is doing dirt, that might be your cue. Is this epiphany going to happen? Or you just think it's time to go for this energy, as far as I'm not going to take this stress anymore. I'm going to choose me first. You're walking away from the BS, things that no longer serve you, places, person, or thing. You're moving away, not towards, away. Look at spirit here. You're being guided. Where's that 1111? Being receptive to spirit. This is not only just in relationships, but that's angel W of things. That's speaking to you first and foremost. That's your angel guides, letting you know, move this way, go in blind faith. You're not going to be steered wrong. You're moving forward and away from these things that no longer serve you. You're moving forward. It was in your cards already. It's in it. It was there to let you know. Again, Dorothy, you've had the power in you all along. You had the power in you all along. So stay on your square. Stay on your dean. Big Cat was here. He'd tell us, drink that water. Eat those fruits, those vegetables. Health is wealth. We gotta really start working on these chakras and execute it so that certain things won't bother us. Or you'll be like this, like, what you said, motherfucker? I don't care. It's not affecting you anymore. People can't affect you. Okay. You feel that way about me? All right. What are you going to do? You going to beat them upside their head? No. Good. Okay, good. You don't like me sometimes? I don't like me. Come back with that. Okay, you don't like me. So what? I don't like myself sometimes. So you're not telling me anything else. Somebody's cursing. It doesn't matter anymore. When we start releasing those things, those toxic energies, people, places, or things, or we just mentally check out from certain things that if we can't physically move, we can certainly definitely check out, read books, meditate, right? Do mindful thinking, affirmations, eating right, but also knowing that you got your spirit guides there, your ancestors that are guiding you in the way. So give them things as well, because they've been there all along. You just didn't see it. But some of us are definitely tapping in. We're being receptive. Some of us are definitely getting that spidey sense. We had higher powers last I think it was Monday, and Mindful Monday. I think we had the higher powerful card showing up, the Oracle. Some people are really, after this blood moon, have definitely gotten more psychically in tune. They could be seeing, a deceased relative or spirit angels. Talk to them. Thank you. Or I'm sorry, I forgive you if you didn't have a good relationship. Just let them know. Speak to them, or whoever you pray to. Because we have to give gratitude and thanks at the end of the day, because you would not be standing here. You cannot stand here by yourself alone. It's not just you that's helping you stand up there. Yes, the laws of physics, yes, but it's just not you alone. There's other entities and unseen that's helping you stand there. So we need to give homage. All right. So that was it. That was your reading. Yay. Go back in. What is this? Primordialism. I like that. That's right. It's definitely happening. Sometimes some people are going into their primordialism. There is this rise of people that are, kids. You could see them. Just my daughter alone came in last week, a couple of days ago, and she was like, Mom, I didn't even know, I was thinking about this, and then it came, the person I saw came to me, or they were going to say something, but I already knew what they were going to say, and she's been freaked out for the past couple of days, like, wait a minute. I was like, your spidey senses are tapping in. So definitely the blood moon has brought in this type of energy that is going to have a lot of us more on peak, right? It's going to have us maybe having telepathic communication. You could be having telepathic communication with a deceased one. You could be having that with your family members. If there's like a child that you're intuitively, or a cousin or a brother or a sister, your spidey senses are going to be tapping even more. 45 is breaking down. Somebody could be 45, but that's breaking down to 9. So that is cycles that are ending. So somebody might not have been, they could have been spiritual all along, but now is when they're going to be getting tapped into that. Their third eye is going to be opening up. Their pineal gland is going to be exposed. But that's because somebody's been doing the work. Somebody is very highly favored. So they're putting in that work. They're doing that work. That's the only way. You could have this gift, but if you're not exercising that gift, you're not acknowledging it, you're not paying homage to, how you got it, from whom you got it, it's just sitting there then. You have to execute it. And so there's this cycle that's ending for some people, spiritually speaking, where not ending, where, like I just said, there's this dormancy. Things are going to start happening for you where you're going to be like, I don't even know how I knew that, but that's what's going to be happening to you. Definitely a lot of telepathic communication, dream states. So you could be having lucid dreams where you can talk to your ancestors, or, deceased ones, or, sometimes even the people we live with will enter our dreams, and we have communications with them as well. But what I'm saying is somebody's going to be having those type of lucid dreams where you feel like you're really in it, but you're not. And it's kind of this in and out, in and out. Some people could be feeling like they're hallucinating, or deja vu, more so, not hallucinating, but deja vu. That's one of those spiritual gifts that are coming about. The angels want to talk to us. They want us to, all right. So now we finished the reading, right? There's been this talk of extraterrestrials sightings, right? But the news media and, certain government entities, agencies are letting us know that there are UFOs or extraterrestrials, right? I, for one, since I grew up with that, my dad and we would sit there and watch UFO sightings and stuff like that, shows that would have that. I thought it was so boring, but he had me sit there while I was eating dinner. So I had no choice. I had to sit there watched this with him for an hour because we all were sitting together to eat dinner. And I was just like, all right, what is this? And so, being young, that absorbs into your head. So it was never anything. And this is in the 80s. It was never scary or weird hearing about it because I grew up with that, right? So angels are what we consider extraterrestrial beings. They're not the green with the big eyes or the grays that are tall with the big eyes. They are what I saw, my encounter. It's kind of like this. Where's that picture? I just saw it. Hold on. It's like light in your room, but it's not coming from your sun. It's not coming from your lamp in your room. There's this unexplainable light that, okay, here we go. I will show you this. This is that higher power. But then there was another picture that I saw that had some light to it. Okay, let's just use this picture for an example. So look at the very top of this picture where the keyhole is and that light that's coming out. Now, that's what these angels, extraterrestrial beings, look like. It's this light, but there's a form, but you can't see any. I didn't see a face, but I knew this was a form. It looked exactly like this, just very translucent, but just light all around and very tall, massively tall. They've been trying to talk to us for a very long time. And every time you're born, you have one with you. Oh my goodness. Hold on a second, y'all. Just as I was getting good. You see how they be trying? Ooh, they be trying. Got somebody at my door. Hold on, y'all. Who is it? Okay, guys, sorry. Okay, sorry, guys. Sorry. Okay, so Lotus says she's noticed light. The cards I pulled this morning. Wow, see? Telepathy. So, as I said, you are born with these angels with you. But you're also, that's why I said for some of us might be tapping into that intuitiveness, right? Because here's that pineal gland that's been tapped into. There's messages in everything, right? With the 1111, some people could be really seeing this form in the clouds. It's just communication. There's no harm. They just want to let you know that they are around. They really want to be seen. Is what it is. They really want you to acknowledge them, and not on some, I'm God. Not on this ego trip. They just want you to just pay attention. Just know that they're here. Same thing with the other extraterrestrials that now, it could be either the tall grays or the little greens or whatever other reptilians or whatever. When we start talking about those types of draconian and the reptiles, to me, that energy doesn't feel good. It never felt right when I like thought about them. And the other ones, the little short ones, to me, well, they've made connection with me through my dreams. That's what I'm saying. They want to be known. They want you to know them, not know them, but see them. And again, it's not this fear me, but it's almost like you see me. So let's say, for instance, you're walking down the street, right? And you see somebody standing, right? Okay, let's say this. Somebody's standing at the bus stop, right? And you're waiting for the bus to come. But no, not a bus, but another person. You see this other person coming through. You've been waiting at this bus stop for a long time. So you're like, when is this bus coming? When is this bus coming? Nobody else is around you. It's just you waiting for this bus. The bus is this road is kind of like a desolate road, but there's a stop there. And you see another person coming, and you're like, is that a person coming? Because there hadn't been somebody for like an hour, maybe 15 minutes. I'm making a long stretch here. And you see this person, you're like, oh. And they keep walking towards you, like, oh, it is a person coming. And you're hoping that they stay there because you're by yourself in this desolate area. That's what these energies are kind of like. They want you to see them. And that's it. The ones that I've encountered, I was scared with one of those. I was scared twice when I had those dreams. I'm not going to even front. I was scared. I was shook and I ran away because we've been so desensitized to fear that in our waking life or in our subconscious, we're going to be scared of it, right? But they're looking at us like we look at animals in a zoo. For real. And if you're intelligent enough, then they will try to talk to you, or they will then make themselves appear to you. If you're intuitive, they're going to make themselves appear to you. But that's what they're looking at us like. They're looking at us like animals in a zoo that they like. And it's the favorite animal that they go to. The favorite animals are the ones who are intuitive, that can see them. For the other animals, they're just going around. But those who can see, they come and visit the most. When you go to the zoo, you get like maybe the sea lions are the most visited, or the lions or the bears, and you see a group of people. Like, you can't even get through the crowd to see the animal, because that's how these other beings look at the intuitive light path ones, the indigos, the crystals, the rainbows. Those children are the ones that can see that type of entity. Spirits, angels. They're all extra angels, and the others are extraterrestrial. So they're not here to harm. They're here to watch, observe. I don't know if they have plans. In my head, I was like, ooh, you got plans, I'm out of here. I think they just wanted to talk, and I was so scared I didn't talk. I ran with my kids out of the country. I was like, they're not getting us in the East. What was I going to the East? Like, I didn't know what's the East. And then I ended up landing up in Jamaica, where my mother's side of the family's from. So I was like, what? Very weird. That was the last dream that I had. And he was like they drove down. So they do hover in space, in the sky. They can't get any lower because their crafts are too big. Literally, I kid y'all not. And this is not watching no Independence Day those kind of movies I liked watching. But when you have that type of experience, and I just shout out to Black Magic 363, because I just almost finished watching his program that he had Baba Phil Valentine on there, Rod Hayes, Billy Carson, Brother Yosef, and they were talking about extraterrestrials, and they were talking about their experiences. And I was like, one said, yes, you can, they can talk to you through dreams. And I was like, ooh. So that was one. He had hovered down in a motorcycle. He had on a whole motorcycle outfit and the helmet. And the helmet was like blue, but it had the black visor, and I couldn't see the eyes. So he hovers down. He's on his motorcycle, like a real motorcycle, like you would see, and he manages to come zooming down, and he parks his motorcycle out in front of my building, and he's hovering. Listen, y'all. He had to been 4 foot. This is the little ones that I had, not the little ones, but he's like the 4 foot ones. The yellow, or not the yellow, the green. They're short. They're like 4 feet. Very happy's in the building. Yay! Salute. So yeah, we did the midweek check-in reading, so you can go back to that. Now, ooh, my sister's in the building. Yay! Okay. Yeah, thank you, Lotus. So yeah, if anybody wants to have a personal reading, or if you guys want a mini reading afterwards, you can today. But yeah, so I'm just talking about the reading kind of led us into this, especially in the love reading, 11:11. Where's Pink at? Because this was in the reading, Pink. 11:11. That was in the romance reading. But now I'm kind of just tapping in that if anybody's having these type of supernatural experiences, where they could be seeing like deceased relatives, and that alien, excuse me. So I had the alien dreams, the angel dream, or not dream, rather, it was through meditation. Here's the other thing. When you listen to some of those meditation songs and the frequency, it definitely elevates you. Definitely elevates you. And that's where I had saw Metatron. So that was in waking time. I just lit my incense. I had put my sage, put that meditation music on, and I want to say seconds. It was minutes. I had gotten into astral projection, astral world, and that's where Metatron. That's where I saw that whole white light. But the form, and Metatron is Merkaba. He deals with the cubes, and so I saw shapes and symbols with him, and he's always been showing me that, and I didn't understand when I was meditating and when I started this journey back in heavy 2016-17. Metatron just came to me like 2 years ago. So I've been doing this work. That's what I'm saying. You got to put in that work. You know what I'm saying? Like, some things were frustrating to me, but I still stood on my square. So I could sit here today and tell these experiences, because that's all that they want you to do. They want you to start getting right within. Like I just said, Lauryn Hill's song phrases, how you going to get right when you're not right within? If you got to walk away from these people or these situations that's holding you back, because let me tell you, and this is where I'm having a hard time, because I have fixed energy. They want me to make certain kind of moves. But because I'm having this kind of problem, they will put things in my way to say, see, you're going to have to move. You can't keep staying there on your square, Foxy. And you see how she's halfway on it? Because they're trying to rock me off my comfortability. I got a lot of Taurus in me as well. Leo, it's all fixed signs. So I'm comfortable in my shit. I'm very comfortable there. But they're trying to rock me because there's plans. And they're calling out all those light beings, the indigos, the rainbows, the crystals. There's a rise. While we're going through this spiritual warfare, please believe that there's going to be a peaceful, beautiful side after we go through this. Because what they're doing is tapping into their light beings and letting them know. How come now we have the government or the news reporters talking about, oh yeah, yep, there's aliens, there's spaceships. Why are they saying this now? They came out in 2019 with it in the New York Times. That's because we're coming into the age of Aquarian. You can no longer hide certain things anymore. It's going to come to light. It's going to come to light. You're going to see these things play out more and more. Some people, I'm serious, these numbers are starting to drive me crazy because it's almost like I can look, boom, it's, you know, not at this hour, but 12:12 shows up for me. 7:11, 8:11, 4:11, 11:22, 11:44, 7:25, 7:57. They keep showing up, and that's the higher powers. Those are the angels that are talking. That's communication. If they keep talking to you through that, that's because they want you to, there's things that need to be done in humanity. You have a responsibility not only to yourself, but to humanity. You could be a soul path number 11. You could be a life path number 11. You could be a life path 22. You could be a life path, a soul path 22. That means you have a bigger responsibility on this earth than anybody else. And if it's a twin flame situation, as I talked about before with twin flames and soulmates or twin souls, they got a bigger responsibility. They are the Christ energy. They are the, I don't know if I might get blasphemy for this, but this is just my opinion. I believe that it's the Mary Magdalene and the Christ twin flame scenario. Adam and Eve with Lilith would look like a third party situation. It's not so much a twin flame. Because if we read and we look at that patriarch writing, the story goes what? Lilith and Adam were first, man and wife. But Lilith wasn't having all that whole, wifely. I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't tell y'all if that's true or not. I'm just coming to learn that she was the first wife and Eve was the second wife. That's not a twin flame. That's a karmic relationship that needed to happen because it birthed so-called nations. If you subscribe to that story. But here's who the true twin flame relationship looks like. It's Jesus and Mary Magdalene. She left her home. They wanted her to be married. She didn't want that. She liked hearing what this apostle, right, this disciple was saying and spreading the news around, right? Like I'm just doing with y'all. I could then equivalent myself to being a Christ like Jesus was and just spreading the news. If you take it, you take it. If not, okay. My messages are coming from divine above as well. Some people will be like, nah, she's a heretic, like they thought he was, right? But Mary Magdalene left her family to become an apostle and be a disciple along with Jesus. And what did they do? Along with the other disciples, they were spreading the good word around. They were letting women know, no, you don't have to be like this. No, you don't have to do this. Not negative towards their husbands, but feeling spiritually. If you're going along this way, this is the news that I have to spread to you. Right? You take it or you leave it. And she did that, Mary Magdalene. And she went right along with him. And she knew his assignment. She could have bailed out at any moment. Like, oh, this guy is leading us to the fire. He's going to go to combat. They're going to kill him. She could have bailed out. She brought him down, cleaned him up, wrapped him up when he died, right? Her and his mother. The mother knew the assignment. And she was like, my dear, why are you here? Did he tell you? And she said, yes. They knew the assignment, as the kids say now. Took him down, cleaned him up, put him in his tomb. Comes out. He says, what? Don't touch me. Right? It was 3 days. He says, don't touch me because I'm not fully ascended. And how he looks was all white. When these people put these movies out and these documentaries and these plays, pay attention because they know it, but we don't. And that's that. What they're saying is not far from the truth, right? He says, don't touch me because I'm not fully ascended yet, but let them know everything is good. I'm going someplace where I cannot take you. You spread the word, you keep going. That's the twin flame, because the twin flame or the twin soul has to be here for humanity. They're not here for a romantic relationship, although it can become a romantic relationship. They are here to uplift their brothers and sisters in what? As they say, Christ, for humanity. That's what the twin flames are for. So a twin flame relationship can look a little bumpy because you're seeing them for who they are. They're seeing you for who you are. Some things you might not like about them. Some things might not resonate, whatever the case may be. But once you guys heal, right? When Jesus says, don't touch me because I'm not fully ascended yet. That's what the spirit looks like with us when we're going through some issues and some turmoils, right? That bring us to our higher selves. So if you're living in that lower chakra, it's not going to help you. You're not going to be able to elevate and move out of that, because we're bigger than just the lower frequency. When we know that we were made of this earth and we're cosmic beings, this is why those other extraterrestrials are tapping in, because some of us are really connected with them. And they're going to make themselves appear more and more. I'm telling you, I was freaked out. So let me salute who's in the building. Ooh, Maybach's in the building. Salute, my brother. All right, who else? Oh, my brother Rich Mo's in the building. Salute. Thank you for coming in. Blessings. Yeah, man. So, wait, I think Lotus, you had said something about you saw something yourself? Or am I tripping? She said she noticed a light. Okay, when she was doing her reading. Something about the light. Yeah. So it's not. I had this conversation with Brother Panero last night. We were talking about this, about the extraterrestrials. And it's becoming a hot topic because they, and when I say they, it's the powers that be, it's the alphabet soup. They know these things. They have it on file. They have to keep it in silence, right? But it's no more because there's too many people seeing it more and more. Why? Because like I just said, they want to be seen. They want you to see them. So they're going to show during the daytime, at nighttime, in your dreams. They're going to come to you, through you, somehow, some way. They're tapping in, and they want you to acknowledge them. like I said, we are the animals and they're entertained. If you are a light being, a rainbow, indigo, a crystal, they really like you. You are the horse and pony show. You are the dog and pony show. And you are the elephant. You are the giraffe. You are the rhinoceros, the big attraction. They want to come to you. When you go to the zoo and you see a crowd of people around a certain animal, like a lion, they don't really like hover around the monkeys too much or the insects, right? They go for the big boys. They want to see that. That's what we who are light beings, that's what they see. So they're like, oh, she can see us. Oh, he can see us. Let me make myself be known. And it's a little scary because they're invasive. I'm going to say that. In my dream, and not invasive in a bad way. They're so invasive and intrusive can look like somebody's pushing themselves on you, right? And you're like, chill, right? That's what I got from my dream. So while I was scared in the dream and I ran, both dreams, they really just like intrusive, like just see me. Because they're observing us, and it's almost like, because the ones that can see them, they're like, oh, you can see me, right? And they're like just like pushing them, and it's like, I'm scared. I don't, calm down. You know what I mean? Like, so that was my reaction. It was the fight or flight. It was take my kids out of my apartment, and this one is looking through the windows in his little helmet thing, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, running away. And then I had one a couple of years back, but these two recent ones were just within this past 2019, 2020. So the past like 3 years, I've had two dreams about them, and I was just like shook, because that's what they did. And then the first one was an even weirder one, because it was this elongated spacecraft. And it was like this, and again, it hovered in the sky, but it had like these light rays going around it, like just coming out, and people were being escorted up, and there was some coming down. It was like this escalator, this light beam that was more like an escalator. And I was like out my window, and I'm like, yo, they taking people. I was like, they're taking people. I ran and got my kids. And then like all three of them, I managed to get them out the house. And then my son like stays back in my dreams. Like he can be a little knucklehead sometimes in real life, but in the dream, he was like just being like a knucklehead too. And I'm like, come on, they're here. And my building became like this glass window kind of thing. And they're like crawling around the window, just like looking over. And I'm just like, ah. And this one was with the eyes. And I was just like, and again, they're short. So I'm just like, but I can see them like taking people up, like escalate. It almost looked like Rapture, but not really. They really were like on because they move very slow. So the people were like really standing up, and they're standing on like kind of this escalator beam that took them from, the buildings up into the craft. And I was just like, I'm out of here. And I had went into like the ground, because they can't see, like they don't go further. These guys didn't. They were all up on top, on the rooftop, or they kind of like hovered at the window and stuff. But they, so I went under, like in the basement of the building, and like was kind of like just running around in the underground. And so I'm like, I just waited them out. And then I woke up. I was so freaked out, guys. So freaked out. Yes, man. Freaked out. Oh, did you, Lotus? That's Metatron. Yeah, freaky stuff. And again, I'm not a spokesperson for them. I don't know what it is, but what I'm getting is, especially with the fact that a lot of people have documented that they have sightings and they've seen things. And that's really, I think that's just what it is. They just want to be seen. Like, see me? Like, I see you guys. Can you see me? Do you see me? So they put down the little light show and they do the little zip zapping and stuff. And maybe some of them are doing their own little research and doing, I don't know. I just know that when they appear the way that they do, especially if like in places where you're like, there's no way they're coming to the Bronx, and lo and behold, or just places where you're just like, that, like you would see it more like in remote areas, not so much in the city, right? So when you hear about it being like in San Francisco, you're like, what? And so that's like, okay, we want to be seen when they do that. If it's at nighttime, then they're just doing their thing. They're minding the business or whatever. I don't know. But again, I'm not a spokesperson for them. I don't know. But I want to say that they're going on about their life just like we do. But they want to be seen every now and then. And I gather they're going to be showing up a lot more now that people are like, because you know how many people are probably like, they can't even talk about this, or, feel like people will look at them like they're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'm sure there's a lot more people that have probably seen something or heard something. And they're like, I don't know how to explain it, but this is what it is. Right. Like I had the meditation. I don't know how to explain what I saw other than a big light, and a kind of silhouette to it, or the shape of a person, man, and the signs, his geometrical signs, right? Shapes is what I saw, Metatron. So that's when I knew who that was, but I didn't know who that was, if you get what I mean. Like, the only time he started coming up was when I was doing my cards. And when I had meditated in the beginning of my journey, I would see triangles. And I'm like, why am I always, when I close my eyes, I see a triangle? Like every time, like almost every time I take a shower and I do my meditations in my shower, that's the first thing that shows up. Triangles, and then the pyramids in Giza. And I'm like, why is this coming up? And so I had to go down this little rabbit hole to see why I kept getting shapes, and specifically triangles. And then it led me to Metatron, but I didn't read too much about him because I'm like, oh, okay, it doesn't. Not until he made himself. So it was interesting, because Saturday I was on another panel and they asked me, well, what was so special about you? And he wasn't being facetious. What made you so special that he chose? He says, because those are really high entities that no one really sees. So he said, what made you so special that you were able to go up to that level? And I was like, dude, I want to know. I said, I don't know. However, if you're on that might be it. So I didn't want to be egotistic, but I'm like, well, I might be highly favored. I don't know why reading and coming to find out he was the prophet Enoch in the book of Enoch. He was one of he had a gospel, but they took his gospel out. So that's what I'm saying. It's so interesting when we start learning about who we are. And I'm not talking about people and cultures and your ethnicity, your nationality. I'm talking about your DNA. And you start unlocking who you are, man, sky's the world. It's unbelievable when you start unlocking your DNA code, and why you see numbers all the time, or if you're in your car and this song always pops on. That's telepathic. Some people could be getting that more telepathic energy coming to them, where they turn on the music in the car and all of a sudden that song comes on. Or you're walking in the street, a bus passes by you, it has numbers on it, right? Or you're looking at your phone, it's always this number when you look at it. That's more angelic messages coming to you than I would say like, the other extraterrestrials. I don't think I want to know too much about them, because they're still they're those entities. I want to say are, and this is again, it's just my opinion. I'm not a spokesperson for them. They never had me talk to them or whatever, but they're very busybody. So what that means is they're kind of always like just doing things in and out and out. Whoever they want to listen, whoever they're going to talk to, they're going to talk to. And I mean like on their telepathic communication. So even though some of the light beings can see these kind of entities, right? Crystals, indigos, rainbows, they're only going to talk to a few people. So they're not going to have this communication of what they want to do, what's going on, why they're doing it, and so forth with everybody. So even if you see, a craft in the sky, or, in a wooded area, or you have some kind of dream, where they make themselves come to you, they present themselves to you, they're not going to talk to everybody, is what I'm saying. With your ancestors, your spirit guides, your angels, your family that's transitioned over, you'll have more of a communication with them more closely than you would with those other kind of entities, because I feel like they're always around us, our guides, and our loved ones. So those people are always, that energy is kind of always around us. Their energy is very in and out. It's just like, if I need to talk to you, I'm gonna talk to you. But they don't kind of like they're not going to talk to everybody, is what I'm saying. So yes, Lotus. That I would think that, and I don't. It was like, again, when he asked me that question, it wasn't him being like facetious. He just really was like, so why would you, and he understood who I was talking about. So, and he knows that not everybody can see that. That's an archangel. It's not, the lower angels that they're your guides or he's an archangel. So that's why he was like, yo, how'd you get to go? And I was like, well, first of all, I didn't go anywhere. I was minding my business and doing my meditations. And he's like, boop. So he's like, yeah, that's heavy. I'm like, trust me, I know. I'm still blown away by it. I'm still kind of in the shock part of it. Like, I haven't fully accepted and understood why, because I'm still like, what? So yeah, I come back to it every now and then, but I don't like to stay on it, because again, it's a little intense. And you only speak when you need to, and I don't really need to speak to him as often as I would need to, like if I'm talking to, just my guides. So I don't go back to it. I don't try to do the meditation again and see if I can, find him and stuff like that. Because they will come to you. It's not the way you can try to summon, right? And that some people do that. I'm not on that playing field. I don't want to summon anything other than just peace, right? I don't want none of that stuff around me. So we got to be careful, because he said, how do you know who you are talking to really is who you're talking to? And I said, it's all intuition. Here's an example. If you feel like, okay, you went down this wrong block and it starts looking a little weird to you and it's not making sense, why are you, like, you took the wrong turn and you're down this kind of like shady part of your area and you're like, yeah, I shouldn't have, but I was trying to get home quicker. That's intuition. That's how you know you should or shouldn't have, right? When certain energies come to you, that's your instinct, right? if somebody comes up to you and, and they come to you and they talk to you, you can kind of feel their energy. You can what I'm saying is your endorphins start to kick in. If you feel danger around you, you can feel this. Remember with Spidey, and I always refer to Spidey because he's a great analogy of when your senses pick up. Of course, he was modified into having these type of powers, but his intuition kicked up. So when he felt danger, right, they would kind of like zoom in on him and he was like, he felt it, right? That's what speaking with your spirit guides or, your angel guides, or even talking with your deceased loved one. That's what that feels like. You feel good, right? But if you felt danger with some type of energy coming around you, then you're not accepting it. Right? It's the fight or flight. You either stick with that or you don't. So, he asked a very good question. He asked two good, questions. And it really, it makes me think because I'm like, well, I don't know why. But I do, but I don't want to sound like I'm conceited. And then, with just going down this road, I haven't, knock on wood, I haven't encountered anything that was demonic, if you will, excuse me, or negative in that aspect where it would be like, all right, I'm done. I had a conversation yesterday about the cards, and they're like, well, that's evil and and stay away. People in the comments are like, oh, she needs to stay away from that. And I'm like, yeah, I thought the same way. But when you go down a different road in your spirit journey, it could bring you things like if you tell people I see 1111, they're gonna be like, what are you talking about? Like, that's not happening to you. You don't see 1212. You don't see 888. You don't see 444. And they're like, I don't know. It's the same way with trying to tell somebody what I do. Because some people just don't get it. They don't understand it. And, as much as I can educate somebody, they're still going to have their point of view of how they feel. Especially we've been taught that all this stuff is, evil. It's not good for you. I don't mess around with the Ouija board. That's not, again, I'm not trying to summon anything in. When I do my moon magic, it's usually just to help me, help me release whatever negative energies or bring in a positivity. I'm not trying to invoke any spirits, good or bad, if you want to say that. Usually, for the most part, the ones that do show themselves, I have no problem with. But I'm not trying to bring in anything. Because one, I'm not that highly up on that level. It's like masonry. And I'm not talking about like the secret societies. I'm talking about really when you get to certain levels, you can do certain things more. It's like Dr. Strange. It's like Dr. Strange. Now, he got into a car accident. He had a near-death experience. We saw his body come out. If those who didn't see the first Dr. Strange movie, I'm going to spoil it a little bit because he's a metaphysics, and that's what I work with. Archangel Metatron is metaphysics. So that's probably why he's tapped in. He's just letting me know, like, this is who you're working with. If you're doing that, then I'm going to let you know that this is where it's coming from. I'm like, all right, got it. But Dr. Strange, when he went in surgery, right, he gets out of his body. And he's being pulled, I think, by other spirits around in the hospital, right? Eventually, he gets pulled back into his body. And he has to go on a hiatus. He was a surgeon. He was a doctor himself. That's why his name is Dr. Strange. And he got into a horrific car accident, a deadly car accident that messed up his hands because he was a surgeon. And he was a very good surgeon, very skilled surgeon. And he couldn't do it. His hands are jacked up. So that put him into what? A depression. Where's that mental health? Yeah, that was what I was getting, was the depression. with the Eight of Swords in reverse. So it put him into this depression. He felt, all is lost. I can't work anymore because I use my hands. And he went on a journey into Tibet. And there he was given this information to go seek this healer in Tibet. And when he gets there, he's thinking, okay, I'm going to, get this done and whatever. Well, his master teacher, he didn't realize who he was getting. And his master teacher, she brought him in, but he thought she was going to come in to like heal his hands and all this stuff. So he was very cocky. I think he was a doctor from New York. So, New York arrogance and this testosterone type thing, right? So he's thinking she's going to heal and then that's it. He can go about his business. Oh, no. She put him through some tests. But that was all to help heal himself. And she put him through different levels of training. So that when he came out, he was now a master student who then later on became a master teacher because he had other people with him. But he is a master student, master teacher because he went through those different levels to get to that part where he can use his hands and go into different dimensions. Oh, I love that man. I love him and I love Spidey. So you have to go through your higher power. You have to go through some levels before you get to, you can't just be like, all right, I'm going to throw this sun and I'm going to do this and boom, it's all coming to me. Maybe, but a true person of their craft is going to study. They're going to practice. Now, I don't need to do all that fighting the way Dr. Strange would, although it would help. But you have to go through different levels to get up to certain degrees, if you will. And that's what makes you a master at your craft. And we have to get out of that mindset when the master craftsmen came in the early, 1700s, 1800s, in between that time, right? Because they had the master blacksmith, they had the master, the person who does the iron. They were a master at that craft. They probably were doing this all their life. So I'm still in master student mode because I'm still learning. I can teach, but I'm not a master teacher. I'm a master student with 1111 as my soul urge number and 22 as my life path. So that's master builder, and then that's the teacher and the psychic. I'm not a master teacher, though. I probably won't be until maybe I'm like 60 something years old because it's levels. It's like Mario Brothers. You can't get the princess before going through all the levels, right? So that's what it is to have a craft, and even at your work, right? You can be a craft, a plumber or a technician. You've done this for a long time. That makes you the master of what you do. Master your life. That makes you the master of your life. So, we have to kind of not get into the scary bag and the trick bag of what they want to tell us and what they want to show to us. It's more intuitively now. We're coming in that age of Aquarius. We're in the infancy of it. So a lot of stuff is going to be exposed and shown to us to make us make sense of the things. Whatever doesn't make sense for you is not for you. That's all. That's how you got to look at it. It's not making sense, then it's not for you. It's not your message. But know that there are other things outside of you that wants you to tap into, wants you to be aware of. And, it's up to you. If that's what you are about and that's what you want, then fine. But be very careful. Yeah. Left there just went clogged. Talking. be very careful about the energies. That's all. And if you do that, you want to wear your crystals. You want to have, your blessings around you, your sage, your Palo Santo, um, so you can have that energy clear away from you. All right. All right, gang. So I think, and gang is an old school word. I'm old. My mom. All right, gang. That just means group. To take everything out of content now. I'm like, we didn't even speak like that and have to worry about these words. Like everything you got to worry about now is what you say. Like, oh my God. Sensitive. Oh, well, America is a Cancer sign. So yeah, that would be the sensitive water sign. If anybody wants a mini reading, they can do so. If not, I'm going to sign out of this midweek, and I will probably do I don't know if I'm gonna do a Mindful Monday because that's the holiday, but I don't celebrate that. But I'm gonna have people home with me, so it might be a little tricky. So, but I'll put the topic in. But if anybody has a topic that they would like us to talk about for Mindful Mondays, you can put it in the comment section, either on this one or on the Mindful Monday. And let me know, what topics do you think we could be talking about in the realm of YouTube, because we got to be careful about what we say, as I just said that. So if that's what you want to do, we can discuss that. Also, my website is up in the pin box for anybody who wants a personal reading. They can do that. Don't forget to hit the like button on your way out. Share this live or this after the live with anyone you think might be interested in this reading and conversation. And I will catch you guys on the flip side. Oh, I want to thank everybody that did come through. But so Larry Beach was here. I was like, oh snap, I haven't seen him in a minute. And Love and Loyalty. Haven't seen those two in a minute. And shout out to my brothers, Rich and Voodoo and Maybach, my beauty queen, Raz Girl, my moderator extraordinaire, my Lotus. Who else? Aunt Dog is in the building, so salute to him again. Very happy came through. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even see her question. I thought it was energy and a concept, Merkaba. Okay, I'm sorry. Very happy. She did have a question. She asked us the Merkaba, and is it an entity or is it an energy concept? I am not too savvy on that, but to my best knowledge, I want to say that it's energy. It's an energy concept, but and that's something that if you do work with metaphysics, you need to read more of those metaphysic books. Signs and symbols. It's going to lead you down to Masonry. But that's only because even the Egyptians were Masons. So they were craftsmen. They built things. They built pyramids, right? They built tombs. So, and those are old words. Now you wouldn't say that. Now you'd just be like, oh, he's a construction worker. But back then, long ago, that's how they referred to each other as, the master blacksmith. And that's the blacksmith who would do the iron and stuff, right? And so they were, Masons in that aspect. So they studied astrology. They studied astronomy. That's how they were able to line the pyramids up with the sky. So it's more like energy, but and a concept, but it's like a nucleus of things. As far as it being an entity, I would think whoever created that is the entity. That's just what I feel, but again, I don't know it all, so I don't want to give you an answer that would make you even more confused. So my takeaway would be read some metaphysic books. Again, as I said, it may lead you down that path of masonry, but we have to understand that, and not, there are nefarious people that work and do all that kind of stuff. And the only reason why they did that was because they were having issues with their politics. Prior to that, it was skills. If you know how to do this, I wouldn't go to a 14-year-old boy and ask him to carve this block for me, or meld a sword, right? Is it melt, right? I wouldn't have him go to him and craft me a sword or a blade that I would need. I'm going to go to his father, who's 30 years old, who's experienced. I would consider him a master. And so when we start taking that word away and making it sound all the other stuff behind it, it's really just science and math, right? Because as I said, the ancients, they studied astronomy. They had to look up in the sky and study the stars, right? So that's astrology, astronomy, math. So that's where it's the concept comes in. The entity would be, I would believe it'd be the person or entity that created the design source, right? So that gets a little above my pay grade, but it can get a little tricky because you have to think about everything is incorporated into one, right? So they all eventually go hand in hand, but you have to, because you got to read all of that to then fully understand what it is that you're looking for, what questions or how you want to work with that energy. So, okay, very good. Very good. I like very happy comes on here with her thought-provoking questions and comments. Okay, I didn't miss anybody else. Okay. Pink came through. Good. Okay, guys. So, did that help clear up some things? You mentioned it. Believe that I never. Oh, okay. Very good. Very happy. Yes, I like that. She says she takes it as a union of divine feminine and divine masculine energies in an active alchemic union. Deep. Yeah, deep. Get into it. Kind of like energy of creation that we can tap into spiritually, right? Okay. Well, I had said entity because who I saw was Archangel Metatron, right? That's an entity. That's another being, if you will, that I can't say that they're a person, right? So I have to say like the entity. So that's what I was referring to, or bringing any entities towards you that are not of the good energy, if you will. Some people don't want to hear that. Don't want to hear all good energy, bad energy. But all right, negative and positive energy, in the same thing. Again, we get hung up on words, and words are just, they're crafty things. And these entities, these beings don't talk like us. So, sometimes I'm like, I can't even explain it because it's not meant for them to understand then, right? Because they don't talk to us that way. They talk to us like 1111, 444, 222, seeing a rainbow in the sky or a bird coming to your house, or, you know what I mean? Like that's those entities' way of talking to you. They don't communicate verbally the way you and I do. So while we get hung up on words, this is how they talk. Telepathy, through the eyes, through the pineal. That's how they talk. So you got to be in tune. If you're not working out those chakras and eating correctly, where it's going to help you, having an alkaline diet, it's hard to have that alkaline diet, but that's going to charge your frequency up even more. So you're going to get connected even more so. If you have that type of diet in you, if you are doing the work, studying, exercising those type of chakras. So it's not just sitting here and just taking cards and be like, it's not. I promise you. And the people that do that, they're for shits and giggles. It's not a politic. There are levels to it, and you either honor it or you don't. You go on about your business. Yeah, so that's why, and that's who's the one that keeps censoring us with the words. It's like, well, you said we can, but now you're telling us we can't. But isn't there a right? So then it's like, it's not completely free. That's why I said the only way you will be free is in the spirit world. You're not. Freedom is a concept. So when Kanye West said what he said, and we all got into an uproar, and while people would be like, oh, my family didn't choose to come over here and be slaves, some jumped off the boat and said, I'd rather die than go with these people. I get what he's saying, but it sounds very offensive. That's why we got to get out of this notion, this mind frame of when we talk. Some words hurt. Words can hurt. Trust me, they do hurt. But when you sit back and you think about what it was that was said, you will be angry at first, but then you will sit back and be like, oh, okay. So when he said that, I was like, what did he say? And he was taken out of content. Now listen, I subscribe to the old Kanye. The Kanye of 2005. When he said what he said, that looked like a choice to me. Some of them did run away when the ships were coming and those people were coming and taking the ancestors. Some of them were able to run away. It sounded foul, but in hindsight, that's what happened. Some of them got off, some of them drowned themselves. The mothers took their kids with them. Some of them were able to run away before the ships took off. Right? And some of our ancestors just they were more scared than anything. And so they stayed there. So yes, unfortunately, those were the ones that suffered the most. And we don't want to look at it like, oh, it was a choice, right? We don't want to look at it like, oh, they were just all roped up, slingshot, whatever the case was, to get the ancestors together, right? And kidnapped or capture them rather. But there were some that really were able to leave and escape and run away. And some did commit, they killed themselves. They was like, we're going right over this boat. Again, I wasn't there. He wasn't there. Half of these people that keep talking about this, they weren't there. And even the ones that wrote about this may not even be true. So we don't know what is what. And we have to get out of our heads about that. We got to think more logically instead of this, because this is going to get us all riled up. But if we think with our head, our crown chakra, our pineal gland, and look at things beyond what it really is, it's like, oh, okay, it makes sense. Makes sense. And if it makes sense to you, then that's it. You could try to convince other people and try to, talk to them. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. Because when I heard the whole clip, that's what he was saying. He didn't say, the slaves had a choice, and then that's how the clip ends. But what he was saying is like, no, they some killed themselves and some were able to get out. And even when they got the ones that did stay on the ship, they still managed to revolt. Right? Amistad, didn't one of them revolt against? So we got to look at those, not just this one narrative that they want to keep pushing towards us and making everybody like, oh, everybody was a slave. Oh, yes, the ones that stayed around, they suffered. But there were the ones that didn't, and we need to highlight them too. Because they were able to do something else and birth nations from that. On my great grandfather's side, like I said, I'm about 85% sure that his family's coming from the Maroons, because he was born up in the mountains in Cockpit County, or country rather they call it, in Jamaica. And when I look back and do my research, that's where the Maroons, or Africans, Cameroon, that's where they went. They fought off the colonizers. So we got to give those who did the thing too and was able to fight back, we got to pay them that homage. We definitely want to give the ones who weren't able to be as strong, right, and do whatever they needed to do to get out of that circumstance. We also have to give them homage and respect. But we have a lot of others that fought against, they went about their business and like I said, birthed nations after that. We can't stay in this victim mode and this suffering and this, oh, that hurt me. Oh, that says this because they got a bill for everything now. They got a bill for that. If you said this to that person, they got a bill to protect you. They forgetting about the fundamentals. They want to do, all this crazy stuff. And it's like, no, let's dial it all back and let's look through the books carefully, because I know you hide stuff in there, and I'm going to read through it and I'm going to decipher it the best way I can and not get caught up on the words and the semantics of stuff, and really understand and understand what we're reading. Because they have people out here that are double tongued and they talking blah, 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 blah. And you get caught up in the blah, 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 and not hear the ooh, 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 right? We are like Snoopy, Charlie Brown and his teachers. Wah, 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 wah. That's how we're listening. And we're like, what she said, man, she got me upset. They did that with Trump. What he said, damn, it's racist. He gets me mad. Did you see what he just posted now? He said he done touched somebody's coochie. What? Oh, he's crazy. We can't have him up here. That's exactly how some of y'all are acting. Some of us are listening to worse than what he's saying. On videos, on music streams. I've listened to worse than what he said. That's why I'm like, these things don't bother me personally, because it's not being done to me personally. He said, let's get this money back. He was hanging out with his BFF out there in Europe. Right? We didn't hear any problems. Somebody else comes in now and they acting all howdy doody. And now we got problems out there, or we're putting ourselves out there. Come on. But that's because some of these people got scared. You had a choice. You had a choice. If you do that type of thing, if you vote, you had a choice. And y'all went ahead and did that because you were so angry and upset about what somebody else was talking about. They were talking all reckless. No, that's how he showed you who America is. And he also showed you how a New Yorker is, because he's from New York. How they're shrewd. They don't really care about nobody else. And they're about that money. And that's what that president prior to this one showed us. I don't really care about you. I'll hang out with the melanated people. He's been in videos. Everybody talked about how they wanted his kind of money in their videos back in the days. He was hanging out with boxers. He knows who we are. He likes that. It's entertainment. But he don't care about you. He has no feelings invested with you. But he will make money with you. You want to get this money? Even if it's failed, he's still like, you want to get this? You want to do this? Let's do this. So that in turn, everybody thought he was so cool in the music industry that they put in his name wrong. They got videos with him hanging out. Okay. But remember, he still doesn't care. So he's no different than the other one that they have now as far as your skin complexion and your ethnicity. He doesn't care. They don't. It's not about that. And we got caught up in our feelings. And now, look, the table's done turned. How are you going to get out of this? We are having a 2028 happening now. Go back to your history and see what happened in 2008. And see who was president then and vice president. And look what's going on now. We talked about stocks and how this Bitcoin and stuff fell. Go back to the tapes. Stop falling asleep at the wheel. Because you're going to get into it. It's going to crash. It's going to crash. We have to be diligent. That's what I'm talking about. Also when we stock up. I understand about alkaline diets. I would love to be on an alkaline diet, but I don't think I can at the moment. Because I'm living a fight or flight moment. I don't have the privilege of not having any children right now. So I got to think about them, especially my youngest. We may not be able to eat icy bowls and grapefruits and all that good stuff every day. We might have to eat some Eggo waffles. We might have to eat some of those canned beans today when we want fresh baked beans. Come on. I'm a realist at the end of the day. I can't sit here and say, y'all got to go on this diet. Y'all got to do da-da-da-da. No, y'all hear me. I have my Kit Kat moments. Listen, I am not without blemish, and I'm still human at the end of the day. I am far from where I want to be as far as where my diet is. And listen, eventually I would hope to be a monk, and I can eat little bits of whatever and just keep praying and elevating, and then I can float. That's my dream. Because this whole material stuff doesn't mean nothing when you don't have nothing. Being homeless, was you ever displaced from your home? Talk to me about that. I know a little bit about everything. I've been in certain situations in life that I can sit up here and tell you because that has happened to me, and it may make somebody then say, okay, I understand. I can talk about this now. I don't have to feel, embarrassed. You don't know what that's like. Yesterday I was, I forgot, was it yesterday or Saturday? I was talking to one of the brothers on another platform. Or was it? No, it was here. It was Monday with Maybach. And I was like, yeah, I had bought the Tims. I'm not the Tims. I bought the Jordans just so I could walk around the basketball court and show off my sneakers to the kid that couldn't afford to get them, and he had to wait for his mama to get them, right? Being a little pain in the butt. But now what was I saying? Because now I threw myself off. Representation matters behind the scenes. We should tell our own stories, not repetitive versions. Right. The Most High gives us the right. That's ego. Yeah. Because it just makes them a little transparent, a little more transparent. That's all. Because sometimes we have if we talk on these platforms, right? And I was on Brother Panero's platform yesterday, and he was like going into a little bit about himself, and then he's like, I usually don't talk about myself. I'm very private. I'm a very private person. But he like shared with his audience some a situation that happened with him. And I'm like, it's usually, every time I come on somebody's platform, either we're staying on for hours because I love to talk, and when they're talking, I'm on it. And they're like, I've never done like 4 hours, 5 hours, 8 hours by myself. And then you come on and we're doing, and it's just the energy, right? And so Brother Panero's, giving a little snippet of what happened in his life. And I said to him, when we're on these type of platforms, we need to kind of be transparent, because you want to be as real and connected with your group of people as best as possible, right? Because we have a lot of people that we see acting one way, and in reality, they're not, right? Especially with entertainment. They show us, as we talked about with Maybach, Sasha Fierce is talking about single ladies and put a ring on it, but she was talking all this when she was married. I mean, I guess she can. Can you say that? Sure. But her influence impacted a lot of women. So that's what I'm saying. If you can be a little more, and we only see her when she shows us her, right? And we can't really connect to her. We don't really know if she's the everyday woman, and yeah, she's entertainment, but we don't really see too much. And I'm not even talking about gossipy kind of pictures or whatever, but just picnics. I mean, they show us when they're going on their boats. But what I'm saying is that you're like, okay, she's singing this to us, and I feel so connected to her through her words. But in actuality, she's living life all right with her man and her kids. Even if it's not the greatest, she still has somebody, and you don't. You're out there in the clubs going like this. So yes, I feel that and the platforms that I do listen to and subscribe to and I watch, they are as transparent as they want us to see them, but it makes sense for me because they're keeping it thorough in a sense where I'm like, yeah, that's we don't have to show you everything. Some people like to do that. That's why social media is the way it is now, because everybody wants to show everything. You have to keep some things private. But what I'm saying to you guys is, hell, if I'm saying, we got to eat, alkaline and water. Yeah, I do drink my water. And like I said, sometimes my diet, for the most part is vegetarian. But, I fall off sometimes to get me a little Kit Kat, a little cookie, eating some Frosted Flakes late at night because I don't have any more of my good cereal. Listen, let's be for real. Like we do have great intentions of wanting to, get better and heal faster. Ooh, the boss is in the house. Lady Fresh is in the building. Salute. We want to heal a little bit. You know what I'm saying? We want to get better. But the realistic thing is like, listen, if I only have the canned beans, the, rice today and make whatever, meat, or if you're cooking meat, you're doing that, right? As opposed to getting the bagged beans and stuff. I like things fast and simple too. I don't want to be in the kitchen all day long. I do not want to be a 1950s wife where I got to be cooking all day long. No. I hate cooking. I have to cook and I make some good meals, but I'm not one that enjoys to cook. So yeah, you won't get that. It wasn't happening. I don't like to cook, but I cook because we got to eat. That's it. cook because we got to survive. But you don't always have to have food to survive. So I'm like, all right, I'm good. But I'm not alone. So I got to feed my family. I'm like, just suck up air and swallow your spit. That's your drink and your food. They'd be like, Mom, please stop saying that. I'm like, you're hungry? Then sometimes I cook. They don't want to eat it. They want to eat something else. I'm like, listen. Then I'm not cooking. You guys figure it out. But they're not babies anymore either. So I don't really have to be in the kitchen like that. But yeah, I mean, so I'm being real. I'm being realistic with you guys. So I'm being just, like, listen, sometimes I fall off. You pick yourself back up. You do what you do, but you know that you don't. If you want to stop with these, eating byproducts and things that are not so nutritionist. I'm not a nutritionist or dietitian, but there's things out there now that we can read and books and stuff that will help certain diets. Certain foods that will help better us. I do take my sea moss in the morning. My capsule of sea moss. So I incorporate as best as possible. Is what I'm trying to tell y'all. So don't feel bad, if you're like, oh, I did this and I ate that. I'm not going to judge you because I understand. I'm not higher. Listen, where's that little podium? I'm not standing on my podium and looking over like, judging you guys. Because I'm my worst critic. I'm going to tell y'all, yeah, listen, be for real. I have me some Rice Krispies and what's wrong with Rice Krispies? But I also have my healthy cereals too, and I run out of those, and then I got to eat, they don't all eat my cereal. As much as different boxes I bring in here, they're like, nah, bring in those Fruit Loops. So I get the Fruit Loops that don't have much sugar in it. Yeah, I try to compromise. So that's it, it is. And then Very Happy says she was referencing my message. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I said freedom is it's innate, it's in you. Yeah, you can leave. Freedom is your interpretation of what it looks like. Because we can go to another place, live somewhere, and feel like we're free away from, New York City. Somebody moves down south. Oh, I'm free from that place up there, right? Or someone actually can get to travel and go across, seas and go overseas, and yeah, I'm free. I'm away from that country, right? But say to the person who can't leave and they've been incarcerated and they're sitting in a box, they don't have that freedom. But when they are there by themselves, they can leave. Spirit leaves. They meditate. They pray. And so while they may be in a confine, they still have the freedom of moving outside of their physical body. So that's why I say you're not really free until you are basically, no longer in the physical. Because we're always going to be tied to something here. So it's not complete freedom. Or you got away from that relationship. There is this freedom. But I mean, it's for the person. I don't think that'll be until you are no longer in the physical. Because I know that they move around freely. They're interdimensional. They can go in and out of time. You can't. We're here. We can do a little bit of astral projecting when we meditate and when we sleep, but we're essentially still tied to the ground, tied to this physical. So I don't think to me, that's how that looks. I mean, that's how it looks for me. So very good, very good. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, because you got to think with the Most High, with Source, that's spirit. So you're connected to that innately. So you're always going to be tapped in. And that's your way of moving around other than the physical, because we can't go into different time and space. Only when we go to sleep, only when we meditate. So, all right, guys. So I'm going to head out. And it's been real. Thank you so much for everybody stopping by. I appreciate you all. Again, anybody wants a personal reading, they can reach me at the website and we can do a personal reading there. The calendar is open for, I think it's Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, or I got to look back, but it's closer towards the end of the week when you can book readings with me. I don't have anything available on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm here with you guys, but Monday might change because, no, I'm gonna leave Mondays open. I can't do because I do the mindful. So, unfortunately I have just a small time frame, days of the week that I work with, but if it works for you, please go ahead and make your book your reading. Right. Yeah. That makes total sense. Very happy. That makes total sense. Thank you, Lotus. Yeah. Lady Fresh is coming on tonight, guys. So please click into the link and reserve your seat at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right? Eastern Standard Time. This evening. Thank you. Yeah, that they're very much so afraid. But that's because, like you said, there's no balance there. They don't have the innate essence of what Creator has given. They're byproducts. And so some of them are just they're scared of their own shadow. That they're having a problem with other people. That's why, like, really, I try not to get too much into that kind of thing, because then it becomes down to like color, ethnicity. And it's like, yo, when you realize that you're not any of that stuff, that you are stardust made in the Creator's image, and you are this light force, this being, it's a whole new world when people can start to look at it that way. Because then you will see no person is bigger than you. They just are in this position. Could be an illusion, delusion, that they're there and they're doing whatever. But when we take our mind frame away from that and we put our power back into us and ignite that avatar and keep moving, man, that stuff won't bother you. Eating won't bother you. That's why I'm like, I don't get hung up on that. And I never was that type of person either. Growing up, they would have to like really force me to eat because I didn't like to eat. It wasn't like, it didn't make or break me. I just wanted to be outside. I just wanted to be like, air was my life. Like, I take a little break to probably drink something and then keep going and playing. But and then when I did eat, it would be like my parents' food, or if I'm outside as a teenager and I have some money, then it's gonna be like junk food. It's never really like, oh, I'm gonna sit down and eat a salad. I didn't grow up that way. So that's what I'm saying. Like, my steps are very still baby steps. But like, again, I didn't really like to eat like that when I was a kid. So I wasn't the one to get like seconds and thirds and stuff like that. I've always been a skinny person. So like, eating is just like, all right, it's secondary. Then to breathe. Breathe is what you need. You need that oxygen. Like, that's what I'm saying. When people really get off this hamster wheel and realize that you don't need half the shit that you're taking, nothing else will start. They won't make sense anymore. You really will be like, oh, okay. When your stomach really starts to growl and you're really like, oh, damn, I got to eat. And you haven't eaten and it's now like 3 o'clock or 6 o'clock, then yeah, that's time to eat. Or you can eat little snacks in between. I have a big bag of different nuts, cashews, almonds that I pick on that sometimes you see me chewing on when I'm talking with you guys. My oranges, sometimes. Come on, big meals. I'm not about the big meal life. But I understand I have to eat sporadically throughout the day. But I also am taking sea moss now with bladderwrack. And I get the energy that I need. It's giving me the minerals that have been depleted that I need, the vitamins that I need. You can sit outside and get that DNA, that sun tapped into you. Trust me, I'm telling y'all gonna see that you really don't need. It's all mental. It's all mental. And when you start detraining and reconditioning your mind, as Voodoo says, unlearn to relearn, that's when it's gonna start making sense. Like, okay, yep. We really just need the air to breathe. We need water to drink, some fruits and berries. And people are like, oh, that's that vegan, that's that vegan. Okay, yeah, sure it is. But I tell you what, if you're in the wilderness and you're lost and you have your little camping bag, you're not cutting down a deer, right? You're looking for the staples, berries. And if you got some food in your bag, you're going to eat that first, right? Chances are you got a lot of trail mix and granola bars and maybe some canned goods in there, because if you're resourceful, you'll put those canned goods in there, right? But for the most part, you're looking for things that are edible. If you're smart enough and you know, and you're an herbalist, or you know how to read what certain plants are, I want to be with you, because I won't know what poison ivy looks like next to a daffodil. Like, seriously, and I know those are two different things, but I wouldn't know. I need somebody who knows how to look at the plants and tell me that's poisonous, that's edible, that's going to heal. We got a long ways to go yet. We got a long ways to go. And when Martin Luther King said free at last, some of us are still stuck in the mental. We're not free. And I'm not talking about black and white, black and Puerto Ricans. I'm talking about the mental. Because when we keep going on this hamster wheel with we got to keep eating to da-da-da. Oh, no. No, ma'am. No, sir. You don't. It's a neuroses. We think we got to keep eating. You're not letting your body digest so it can go through the process and filter out to your body so you can be energized. Don't let me get Dick Gregory's, because I got to. I'm going to channel Baba Gregory right now. But seriously, if we're eating and we're not letting our bodies digest, and especially if we're eating red meat, that's not really, I don't want to take nobody's Memorial Day weekend away from them. But just know it's not you cutting the cow yourself, or that deer, or that whatever, pork, whatever it is that you're eating, the chicken. You're not cutting it up yourself. You're buying it. It's already been processed and whatever is going on with it. And then you're going to eat it. It takes 5 to 6 or 7 days for beef to digest completely through your body and filters out. There's no product. There's protein in, and that's it. Too much consumption of protein can cause kidney issues. And we know what pork does. Chicken, listen, I'm still a fan with chicken and seafood. I love me some crab legs and lobster tail, but I don't eat it often. Those are luxuries for me. They've always been a luxury. The most we would eat is fried fish at my house. But crabs and stuff like that's like you going to a restaurant. You're eating, that's high life in my family. We don't have the luxury to be eating that all the time either. So really, my staple is just a vegetable, my rice or my beans, and chicken. It's very boring. Or no meat. And we're doing beans and couscous and all that other good stuff that they don't like, but I eat. Breatharian, snack life game. Hey, Rich, I'm not blasting you out the water. You know we got love here. I'm just saying, I'm not here to criticize. That's not, because I'm telling y'all like right now, I'm not perfect. I'm not. But I would hope to be an example in some ways that can help somebody get off of that hamster wheel and just say, all right, let me try this almond milk. Let me take out the Lowry seasoned salt and put in Mrs. Dash and get iodine salt instead of table salt. Let me start from the smallest thing that I can do. Let me hear what Foxy has to say about that. She said, try Himalayan salt. She said, try iodine, right? Lotus has put stuff in there. Maybach's put stuff in there, right? Big Cat's always saying, drink your water. Let me try maybe one thing of water and see how I do. Maybe I might feel thirsty again. And if I feel thirsty again, instead of grabbing that Coca-Cola, or that Pepsi, let me grab another bottle of water. It's mind over matter. It really is. It's really that simple, but it can be hard for some people who are stuck in that glue. Listen, y'all, I've smoked cigarettes, and it wasn't until I got sick a couple of months ago. What's his name? Maine was like, I didn't know, Foxy, you smoke cigarettes. Yeah, but I'm not an avid smoker. So my doctor's like, well, why do you even smoke then? I'm like, well, because I get a little anxious. But let me tell you something. Since then, and it's only been a couple of months, and I go in front. That's why I got the little cashews over here and drinking my water, because I'll be like, ooh, that bodega life is calling me. I might have to get the 2-for-1 because they got the Lucy's. I get Lucy's, the 2-for-1. The bell is ringing. I tell you no lie, the car alarm's going off. And I'm like, no, because I was coughing so much that I couldn't breathe. So I was like, well, how am I going to smoke a cigarette? First of all, how am I climbing down the stairs? Because I live in a building that has got 3 stairs. Stairs. Hold on, let me close my window. Of course, it'll be right there. It's Wednesday. Of course, that horn would start beeping around this time. As soon as I get into my bag. Reach one, teach one. That's right. Lotus or roast or sauteed mushrooms. Ooh. That sounds really good. Very happy. I'm going to have to try that. Red meat takes 7 days. Thank you. I'm not trying to blow smoke up nobody's behind. And you guys are very intelligent, so you already know. I just want to keep it as thorough as possible with you guys and let you know. Yeah. To find out, because I was coughing so much, I have a fractured rib. I think it's the 9th quadrant or whatever the hell they break down the ribs to be. It's the 9th one and it's broken because I was coughing so much. Nothing worked. No organic over-the-counter heating pads, eucalyptus, rolling pad. None of it worked for my cough. I had to naturally let it ride out of my body. And, my husband was upset. He was concerned and upset. Like, why don't you take, he's like, take Vicks. Did you rub the Vicks on you? I'm like, there's nothing. That's how I also knew that this was more of a supernatural cold. In addition to it being a real, because it was a cold, but they try to be like, oh, the virus. Listen. And only me and my son got this cough. I know my body and I know what I'm talking about. But when you try to talk to people that have certain names behind them, they want to, and they're pumping this whole everything you get is that. And I'm like, nah, no, it's not it. This cold took about a month to leave. Usually because I've worked in the medical, it takes about 2 weeks or so, 3 weeks for a cold to completely leave a cough, upper respiratory to completely leave your body. This thing took longer. So then that's when I started to be like, this is one of those ascension symptoms that I was talking about. Because people who are going through this type of light body work and they're going through their ascensions, they could be getting sick, right? This higher power. This thing was not leaving, y'all. It was not leaving, and it was so bad that I had to I didn't want to go to the emergency room. I was so scared. I started crying because he was like, you got to go to the hospital because something's wrong. And I was like, I don't want to go. I was more scared to go there than to ride this out. And if I had bronchitis or pneumonia, I'd be like, listen, then I'm here, and this is my time. It's my time. I'm ready to meet my maker. I want to see my grandmama anyway. I'm going to stay here. But he's like, listen, no, you need to go. And I was like, oh. They didn't do any of that stuff. You know what I'm talking about? To see if I was. They didn't do any of that stuff. They basically sat me in the corner and gave me some Tylenol and called me for an x-ray and then was like, okay, toodles. We don't see nothing on your x-ray. And I was so happy because I didn't want none of them to start testing around and doing all that stuff. I was like, so I escaped from New York. Got out of that one. But then it was still bothering me. So I talked to my doctor and he's like, well, that shouldn't be. And, he's like, what, do you want to do another x-ray or do you want to do an MRI? I'm like, let's do the MRI. On MRI, it shows that I have a fractured rib. And that was all from coughing. And that's how hard I was coughing. So for me to go and get a cigarette, I really had to been an a-hole to do that. Like, really, you that stupid, you that desperate. But there's people who would, it's an addiction. It's hard for them to, rationalize that you're sick. Why would you put this thing into your body and you're sick? So essentially I went cold turkey and I haven't smoked since then. And I don't like the smell. I never really liked the smell. But again, it's more like a nervous kind of, like a nervous twitch, or you got to keep having to do something. You could look at that as somebody having ADHD. And I've always had like some, like, not learning disability, but that kind of hyperness about me. So like, I can't stay still for too long or something. Like I really had to, like, my mom, because I was always like, Mom, I'm bored. Because my energy was too, well, it makes sense. I probably had this inside of my body. So it makes sense. I was always a kid that was bored. And I had almost all the toys. My mom would always get me this, that doll, this toy, this book. My grandma was always getting me books. And I was just like wanting to be outside. Just, when she brought me back in the house, I'm like, I'm bored. So yeah, and I wasn't the smartest kid in class either. I was very borderline C/D student. It wasn't until my last grade of high school that I got like all A's and B's, but I really wasn't a good student in school. And sometimes when those kids are like that, that's because they are sensitive. They are the indigos, the rainbow kids, the crystal kids. Their energy is too high vibrational to sit still. So you're always probably telling, your son, why don't you sit down? You're always moving around. They're always fidgeting. Their energy cannot be contained in that body. It has to be moving. You have to keep that kid engaged all the time and get them things that work with their hands. This is why I like Dr. Umar, and people, they clown him. I don't care about him getting his school. But when he's talking about the melanated boy and how, because especially the melanated boy, because that's that spirit, that's what I'm talking about. I could be sounding biased, but I will say this, that the melanated people are highly spiritual and highly vibrational and possibly the highly favored. And you can have a child that has an ancestor that was probably, vibrant. That child can't sit still. You've got to help them with their motor skills. Get them things, puzzles, even if it's Play-Doh and you don't like it, it's a mess. I know I have one of those. That's why when Umar talks, he's speaking to me, because I was that mother with that child, with that son, that they were like, oh, he got to get an IEP because he doesn't know how to sit still. My son came with 2 bottom teeth. He was already here before his time. I know this. I knew this, but I didn't know how to work with him. And what he needs is both his parents. So even if you're not with your spouse or your partner, you need to co-parent and be on the same page as best as possible. Sometimes it's unfortunate because we got a lot of heart. We got a lot of people living in that heart that hurt. But when you see outside that, and that child is crying for help, why you see all these kids acting up? It's a cry for help. Most of them didn't have their mother or father around. So they need some kind of other support. But in hindsight, they are highly spiritual beings. So these kids are jumping around. That's what it is. They're light bodies. The average person doesn't know how to talk to that. How do you work with somebody who's highly spiritual? That's why I said help them with their fine motor skills, get them in all kinds of different activities, like physical activities, basketball, baseball, football, gym, swimming, soccer, all that stuff that's outside. They need to be worn down so that they can just pop out, like go to sleep, fall out. Because they can't sit. And then you have one child that can just sit, through all of that. They're peaceful. They like to be at home. They read. They feel comfortable there. They know how to make themselves entertained. But the ones that don't, like my mother's like, why? I'm telling you, I always got hit, spanked, because I was that kid that was like, bing bong, always failing, not paying attention. It didn't catch me. It wasn't clicking with me. I'm like, this is not making sense. It was like Charlie Brown, wah, 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 while I'm talking to my friend. I don't want to, it's not making sense what you're telling me. Always getting in trouble, detention, being the rebel. I couldn't have a nose ring in my nose when I was going to Catholic school, high school, and I wouldn't take it out because I had just gotten it over the summer. Detention. This against the uniform rules, detention. I don't care. I'm not taking this out. I would put a Band-Aid over it because I was like, I'm not taking it out. I can't. I just got it done. They're like, all right, well, we don't want to see you with that thing around your nose. So I used to walk around with a Band-Aid over my nose. So I was like, I'm not taking this earring out. It makes sense why I am who I am now. That Play-Doh. Yeah, I know. Steak and tortilla. Ooh, rich, man. Hack for Play-Doh and paint. Put old shower curtain down. Ooh, good, Lotus. She's got the cure. The Play-Doh is a mess. They have this other thing called sand something. It's not as messy, but it is. Rising Moon the Rebel. I have Aquarius rising. That's in my first house. So Aquariuses are the rebels. Not only are they the humanitarians, but they do not like law. They will fight you on that. Everything was a rhyme and a reason with my mother. My mother's a Virgo, but she would talk to me. Why? We're both, that's that air sign. So if she would tell me something, I'm challenging her. Why? But why? That's not making sense, Mom. Da, 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 da. She'd be like, do you always have to be this analytical? And I'm talking about, I was like 8, 9, giving my mother the business. That's why I was always smacked up, punished, grounded, whipped, slippers, bat, belt, whatever they could get to me. I'm telling y'all, I got my stripes. I earned my stripes in this physical and spiritual world. Like, I thank you for having me up there with y'all, because I earned my stripes. Like, I'm telling y'all, I was 15 and pregnant. So that got to tell you something. That got to tell you, oh, she was moving. She was making moves. It was out there. That's why I said, thank God for my daughter. Because if that didn't happen, I'd be, who knows? Who knows? And it wouldn't have been a good look. I sure wouldn't have went down that good path. I would have been on that wayward path. So we have to reach to these kids because they are crying for help. They're showing us this. They're dying at an early, they are literally committing suicide without them knowing that they're committing suicide. But what they drink, what they're smoking, they don't, how they're portraying themselves. They're literally dying like at a rapid 25. When Pac died, he was 25. And Big died, he was 25. We were like, oh my God, like that shook the world. 25, we were like, they're babies. What? Not babies, but we were like, those are young men. What? Now, a list. And we're not shocked anymore. It's like, oh, he was 21. Wow, yeah. He's still young. 24, we're like, oh, wow. Like basically, oh, wow, he lived his life. They're doing it and it's nothing. And that's not cool. We need them. But metaphysically speaking, from when I was listening to one of the brothers, they were like, those are one of those ancestors and spirits that needed to go early. Like they came here to do a mission and they've probably been doing stuff in like 14, 15, 12 years and up. So by the time they're 20, 25, it's almost like they completed their life. They did everything that in their own little world that they feel that was accomplishment, right? Not knowing that at 46, you really could be a G. Like you have so much more wisdom. You know, you are a father now. You are maybe a grandfather. You have more life and love to give, but you can't save everybody. You can't save everybody. I have problems with authority. Yeah, being knuckleheads. It never got to that level. It could have, because I was doing little crazy stuff, boosting, you know, every night. But they was like, "Ooh, we caught you this time." And I had my daughter with me. So I was like, listen, my girlfriend's father came and he was like, no, I'm going to take both of them because they couldn't reach my mother. And they called my friend's father and he came. He was like, no, I'll take both of them. They were like, yeah, because even though she's of age, because one was 6, I was 17, she was 16. She's like, the 17-year-old could go and we'll take her baby with us. But they didn't call the cops, but they was telling my girlfriend's father, like, you know, she's technically like an adult. The other one is a minor. So we can let that one go. He was like, no, I'll talk to her mom. And that was it. Never again. Never again. I was like, oh, no, they're not taking my baby away from me. Who knew? You know, so you live and you learn. You know, but once we start getting off this hamster wheel and we start to realize that this stuff that we're going through it's nothing. It's nothing. At the end of the day, we won't need any of that stuff. Then you had to handle the one differently. Yeah. I have that with my youngest daughter. She's like that, like me. The other Pisces. And then my son is me and boy version with all the behavioral issues. Like the same kind of attitude. Like we're both like, we wake up in the morning, we're not morning people. We're grumpy. You know, Everybody else is like, oh, good morning, good morning. We're just like, oh. And my little one, like, she already is like, Mom, I already know. And I'm just like, oh, please. She already knows. Look, she just called me now. Yeah, questions all of that. Questions the authority, you know, why is this? Oh. So once we get out of that, you know, mentality of things, Lola says they complete their mission and it's time to, yeah, it's a minute compared to the bigger picture and the mission, right? Yeah, that makes sense too, Lotus. She says that they've completed their mission and it's time for them to get their rest and many lifetimes, after many lifetimes. Yeah, because if you subscribe to reincarnation, you know, maybe some of these young people that are leaving us, actually, they've been here before. They've completed their assignment, they've completed their mission, and now it's time for them to go, you know, back home and rest. So if you look at it that way, I mean, I'm always like looking at it that way, like, wow, that's, you know, it really hurts me because that's where my affinity is for children, you know, especially, like I said, especially the boys, because they, you know, you wouldn't say, some might say when they're 18, like if it's a girl, or, you know, when she's 18, she's out of my house. Some might. But usually you would say that to the boy. Or when he's 18, he's getting out, right? And while, yes, there are resources for our young boys to, you know, to have like baseball, football, sports, right? They still are emotional. So you can't just completely substitute putting them into these type of activities without also giving them some emotional nourishment. That's when the feminine and the masculine energy meet. And a lot of these kids have their feminine balled up while their masculine is running rampant. And we see this playing out with a lot of these uh, you know, things across the country, right? We saw something in Texas a couple of weeks ago, was New York. That's all bigger than all this. But what I'm saying is, on the micro level, these young men who are going through these type of challenging times, they're balling up their feminine. They're being shown that it's not cool to cry. It's not cool to let your emotions out. You know, you're a sissy for that. You're a simp. The internet kind of went out. So there's this battle going on internally. You know, think about a mother who has a baby son. She's coddling him. She's giving him all that love and affection. And then when he gets to be about 2 years old, 3 years old, he's already like, oh, he's a mama's boy. Don't baby him. Don't. He's 3 years old. He's not 13. I'm not babying my 13-year-old, but he's 3. So some fathers step in like, oh, you know, he's always, you know, you got him crying and he's whimpering and da 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 da. Well, that's when you come in and then help out. But he still needs his mother. He still needs that nurture. Stop trying to make these little boys grow up and be so mad at an early age. Because you don't understand what it feels like to be feminine. You haven't tapped into your feminine energy. Don't push that onto the next generation. You need to do that healing inside, and don't worry about if I cry in front of my dudes. Do it. If it made you sad and you heard a sad story, or your friend told you something sad happened to your life and you get a little misty-eyed, you can't hug. Stop it. It's the language of love. We're missing the language of love. because we're too busy trying to be like this. You got to be tight all the time. You got to be super masculine. The females got to be super masculine. You always be tough. Then you wonder, okay, why is my wife not being this way? Because we're always got to be like this. We need to have help with our masculine and feminine. And we need that from our parents. We need that from the people around us that we love. That lets us know it's safe to go ahead and cry. It's safe for you to open up your emotions to me. It's okay. And let that person, that's how they heal. That's how we heal. We can't heal completely by ourselves. We need help from other people. We can't just be like, yeah, I'm going to do this by myself. Like I try to, okay, I'm going to heal by myself and heal this cough and cold and just sit here and let it ride my body out. No, he was like, look, go get that checked out. He couldn't come because they were like, oh, that thing, we don't want it to spread around. So I had to be there by myself. That's fine, whatever. But it takes a village, is what I'm trying to say. And when we sit back and look at it in that respect, then it's like, okay, we're hurting right now. There's no healing going on. There's a little bit of healers still trying to help and elevate the humanity in the community. But there's more of us walking around here like tough Tonys and tough Tinas and being angry with everybody, that we're missing the point that this world needs healing. Our community needs healing, if you want to call it the community. Our homes need healing. It's so much bigger and smaller at the same time. Stop focusing on that other stuff that's going on. That's all distractions. The smack that was heard across the world, distraction. These things that are going around in different states, distractions. I'm not going to say my heart doesn't hurt, but I also understand what their bigger picture is. So all I'm doing is focusing on myself then. Dealing with my family, and we're going to heal and help each other the best way we can in here in this community right here on the YouTube streets. We're going to do the best that we can. Share the knowledge, share whatever healing advice we have, kind words to each other, being polite. Those are languages of love. Even though it doesn't look that way, that's the love language. I'm being polite. I'm being kind. I'm being compassionate. I'm listening. I understand. I'm empathic. I'm sympathetic. I'm empathetic. That's language of love. I love you. I care for you. All right. We gotta stop with this toughness because it's not getting us anywhere. We're mad at each other. We don't like the way this one looks. We don't like the way that one looks. We don't listen. Go ahead. I mean, I'm still going to be on my square about certain things that I don't like, because I know that there's an agenda behind all of that. It's not all just love and light. And why can't we love everybody? And why can't we get along and keep hope alive? No. I'm living on both dimensions is what I'm saying. I'm in the 4D and I'm in the 3D. And I'm well aware of what's going on in the 3D. But the 4D shows me all that's going on in 3D. So we have to have this love language for each other instead of missing the point. Lotus. Yeah, most Westerners really, they're like, what? No, that's spooky. No. But if you look at other cultures, and I think it's Hinduism and Buddhism, they look at, I think the Chinese as well. Think about the Egyptians, even. When they put their pyramids up for, their tombs up for the kings, and how they would set a specific room for the afterlife and put, stars up, Osiris, right? And the way they shifted the tomb or the sarcophagus is so that energy would go through that room and then go up, right? They believed in the soul. So why is it so spooky for us when we hear about reincarnation? But if you subscribe to the ancient Kemet and all that stuff, well, that's what they were doing. That's why we got it. Oh my goodness. When we get off this hamster wheel, I will shake your hand. I get back on it. I have to. I'm in the 3D. But like I said, I understand when I'm in the 4D what's going on in the 3D. But when we get off the hamster wheel and then we're like, oh yeah, but they were doing that, then it's not spooky anymore. It's not scary. If you see your grandmother and your child, that they resemble them, or they have a dot or spot on their hand like your grandmother or your great grandmother did. When I do my past life readings, that's what it is. It's not about me putting you to sleep and putting, we're going into transgression there or regression. I don't put you to sleep. It's tapping into your ancestors in your bloodline, your DNA. It could be somebody you never heard of or never saw before, but this is your family. It's not Michael Jackson being reincarnated into you. It's not Tupac Shakur. It's not Maya Angelou. It's not that. If somebody says, oh, I've had a dream, I felt like I was somebody else. All right. But for me, it's more of your ancestors that's coming, those you've probably never met before, to bring a message or just to, show you what life was and how you may be, involved and how it's going to look for you. That's the ancestors that I deal with. So yes, it's very possible that those people have reincarnated into some family member of yours that you're like, wow, they look like so-and-so. Or their mannerisms or the way they speak or just a gesture that they did. That's, if you subscribe to that. Right, in between, that was it, Fridays or Mondays, in between both worlds. Yeah, some of us, it takes a lot to get there. But with these, what do they call them? Eclipses, those are the portals that opened us up. And we've had 6 eclipses from 2019 that I can recall. I believe 2017 as well. Imagine all that energy. Imagine those portals that have opened up. Listen, that definitely is going to bring stuff in that, it's going to enhance and open up your powers, right? The higher powers here. I'm looking for that in between worlds that Lotus had mentioned. Because you're in one dimension and then you're in another dimension. And right now, collectively, most of us are elevated to the 4th dimension. That's why looking at the 3rd dimension, you're like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Right? The 5th dimension is when you're in that astral world where your spirit can fly around. That's going to take a long time to get here. But right now, for the most part, that's why certain things were put up that we saw, towers, because they want to speed up the process. There we go. Between worlds. That's the card that Lotus was talking about. She put it in the chat. I believe Monday was this, the oracle reading. Yeah, to be truth be told. Mm-hmm. So, when you know how to work between these two, yeah, listen, you're a master. You're a master because not everybody can do that. Not everybody can be in between like that. And energetically, it takes a lot out of you. But you have to know how to be in between that. And this is something that you're like, oh, listen, it's heavy duty things. It's not just, let me take me some sea moss and I can see things now. No. Don't work that way, just like that. You got to do some training. But yeah, that's a perfect example of what the dimensions are looking like. You're in one world, you're in another. You definitely, it's right in between. lucid dreams. That's why I said some people could be having lucid dreams where you don't know if you really are in a dream simulation or if you're in the real simulation. You just, everything is kind of like, whoa, I can touch this. I can, I had a dream like that where I could control my dream. I specifically did that for that dream because I was having, and I still have some problems. I'm kind of getting over it now with the death of my grandmother. But in my dreams, I'm trying to rationalize, like she keeps coming up and I'm like, but you're dead. Don't you know that you're dead? Like I'm having this argument with her. And she's not saying anything. They don't talk to you with their mouth. The deceased talks to you either through their eyes or a kind of means of communication. So she just would look at me and I'm like, but you know you're dead, right? So this one time I had this dream and I was in her house and everything was very vivid and real for me. But I said, okay, I got to cook her some food before I leave. And there's more to it, but I'm kind of shortening out the story. Anyway, I get to this part where I'm walking towards her bathroom into the hallway. And I'm like, then is she here? And I said, because I kind of felt her energy, but she was coming out of the bath like she had taken a shower. So in my dream, I had asked to show me proof that this was real, or if I was in a dream. And I said, if she did take a shower and it was real, show me a water spot on the floor. And the water started seeping up a little bit, just a little spot on her rug. And I was like, I don't know what else happened after that, but then I like came out of my dream. So like I can like command certain things now in my dreams. So some people could be having that type of power where you can, if you're floating, you can now know how to like bounce in your dream. You could probably, if you're running, you know how to listen, you know how to command your dream. So some people could be having that. That's that lucid dream, being in between worlds, a whole bunch of kind of funky stuff where you can't explain it. But if I'm here to let you know, those things are very true and very real. So if you're having that experience, you're not alone. There are people, even myself, have had these kind of supernatural, super paranormal experiences where I'm like, I just can't explain what it is. It just, to me, it is. It's like being in that other world where that world is real. When they say if somebody time travels and not to go back, we see movies like that, right? Like if they go back in time, try not to disturb the frequency, I guess you will. Basically don't try to alter history. Because what you're doing is, again, if you subscribe to these things, these dimensions and parallels, and I kind of understand because that's what happens to be in my dream state. It's like I'm going into another dimension, but I'm going in. Sometimes I go back in time. I've gone back in time to like my grandmother when they first moved up there. Everything is about like here, nothing globally like the way I had a dream about. That's the scandemic thing. But usually it's just intimate. It's about my family. I went back in time. I went to the 1960s. And then I've gone up to right in the present moment and just talking to her, and I'm like, either she'll say like one word or she just doesn't say anything at all. So it's very a weird feeling and a weird situation, but it's only weird when you talk about it and you talk to somebody and rationalize with it, because to me that's just normal. So the worlds are starting to collide. They're starting to kind of come down on each other. Dimensions are starting to like compress a little bit more. So more supernaturals or paranormal or whatever you want to, however you want to word it, it's going to happen more and more because the dimensions are compressing. So I'm like, yeah, don't go, if you go back in time, like they tell you, don't tell yourself what happens in the future. But then I'm like, damn, you got to be like a Marty McFly, right? And Biff took the World's Fair magazine, and he was able to bet that whole thing and started getting all money, and he was rich, right? So I'm like, yeah, that would be good too. Like if you could alter, so that's what it is. Like try not to alter, but I don't know. I would think you want to give like some key little phrases and some, but that can change reality, right? So then you may not be born if you tell them don't. You know what I mean? Like just crazy stuff. But yeah, autocorrect is. What happened? Oh, thank you. My autocorrect will guarantee. Lotus, no, because we're still in retrograde, guys. We're still in that area. We're still in retrograde, so it's gonna come out funky. They tell you, right? See, Lotus, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, please make sense, because it's like if you guys subscribe to these books, the Torah, the what's the other one? What's the other book that Muslims read? Whatever, all those kind of religious books. If you're subscribing to those stories and you're listening and you're, excuse me, that's all making sense for you. Why can't that be in real life, like happening right at this moment? Why can't there be a healer or a prophet? Y'all hold these books to be truths, right? So why can't it be true in real life? There are charlatans. I just told us that a couple of hours ago. They thought that Jesus was a charlatan, right? That's what they thought. So now we're a little more educated. Now we know a little better, right? So if somebody's, got some kind of special ability or something, yeah, I'm not really going to sit there and be too judgy. Quran, thank you. Ooh, okay, Rich, thank you. Let us know what you're going to eat. What you have? What's on the menu? What is it? Having brunch, but this is lunchtime. So yeah, why can't somebody have those type of abilities now in during time frame? Put this pillow back, right? People wanted to just, it's funny because they'll be the ones to tell us these things, but then they're the first ones that's like casting us as like, no, that's not real, that's not true. And it's like, well, yes, it is. It is to me, right? For my rib, I gotta keep it. So why is this not true for any other person? Yeah, when we get caught up in all that stuff, it's like, please. I wanted to read what Lotus had wrote. Right. To the message and not the person, exactly. That's why I'm telling you, like, and Malcolm was the only one that I would say he had no problems telling you who he was before becoming Malcolm X and Malik Shabazz. He has no problem telling you he was Detroit Red. He was Malcolm Little. He was doing all kinds of nefarious things, got locked up, did some time, was prostituting women. And they're women at that. So he tells you this, and I like his transparency. That's what I'm saying. When we looked at Malcolm, he's letting you know, listen, this is what I was doing. And for a very long time. And then he got right. And he wanted to change things. So I appreciate somebody like that I can, who tells me their story, who shows me what they've had going on in their life, that they have gone through. And then I can look at them in a new light and be like, oh, wow, look at what you're doing. Like, really, Malcolm X opened my eye. And so when we are like these type of people who are up in front of other people, we have to be some type of transparency. Because like if I look at Gandhi, I wouldn't think, oh, he was fasting and he was this, religious person, political activist, wop the wop. But all along he was not about that life. Um, I like Tupac because he's showing you I'm not perfect. He went down the rabbit hole. He told you I had to go down the rabbit hole. He said, oh, they're going to do something to me in jail. So transparency is a good thing, because when we're talking to a lot of people, we want to sit up here and look like we holier than thou, because the minute we break and they see the cracks, they'll be like, oh, something like what happened with Malcolm and Elijah Muhammad. He looked up to this man like, this is my father. I see nothing else but this goodness. And Elijah Muhammad was about that other life, allegedly. Malcolm was like, what? He couldn't wrap his brain around it, because he's looking at this man in this image and then couldn't see or didn't see if there was anything else going on that wasn't about that other life, right? Big Cat is there, yay! Okay, Big Cat. Right? So we have to be careful when we start looking at other people and looking for this leader. Listen, there ain't going to be no more leaders. It's not going to be like a Tupac, a Malcolm X, a Nipsey Hussle. They're going to give you what they want because that's what they want you to have. You're going to have to search within and go back to the old school stuff. Listen to different frequencies in the music, because they changed the frequency on there, the hertz. They don't want us to listen to something that's high vibrational. So they're killing us. They're killing our chakras with that type of music. They're keeping us in our lower frequency. This is why somebody could be going through this tryst, this threesome, because they're living in their lower chakras. They don't want us to be in that higher vibration that you got. They don't want you to be in that frequency. They don't want you to be in between worlds and getting on your higher frequency. They don't. And be discerning who you unlock your key with and who you're giving your knowledge to, who you're telling this to, because, and be careful, not be careful, but understand that if you are giving somebody the message, and yes, it's the message, not the messenger. It's the message, not the messenger. But you need to look at the messenger as well, right? Because if that message is coming across saying stuff like I'll give you an Umar example, Umar Johnson. He's a Pan-Africanist. He is, I believe he's a child psychologist. He works with melanated youth boys. And he's been in education for 25 plus years. Right? He was a counselor and principal in Philadelphia. However, he's been trying to resurrect a school for all melanated children in Philly, and it's been almost over 10 years now. Right? So the community's looking at him like, what happened? What's going on? We've given you money. Why isn't this school up and running? And so people are definitely looking at him sideways. But his message, when he talks about protecting the Black family and protecting the Black boy, the Black girl, I'm not looking at him in the school. But I can see where that's looking a little sideways. Sometimes he gets a little foolish. I didn't put any money towards it, so I don't see any, I don't have a problem with him in that respect. But he can kind of go off kilter and do some funny stuff. But listen, we're not perfect. So we gotta stop doing that judgy, and I'm guilty of that sometimes, because what he's saying may help save your child from what they're trying to do with them in the school system, right? Is he not without fault? I'm sure. We're all looking at him like, when's the school? Umar, you keep showing us pictures and you keep video and showing us in video time that this school is up and it's not running. It still needs work, right? So the community's looking at him sideways. The community's been going downhill lately because they've been doing a lot of side action, side-eyed, nefarious things. But these same people were up here trying to look like something, and in reality, they're doing a lot of dirt behind the scenes. So question everything, sideball everybody. Because if it's not making sense and it's not, you're like, what? That's why I'm like, listen, I'm going to tell y'all. I'm going to tell y'all before you even find out. Yep. Cigarettes. Yep. Kit Kat. Yep. Didn't do my exercise today. Yep. Didn't do this. Yep. I did that. So, I'm not sitting here throwing the cards out like, okay, and giving advice or, some spiritual messages to everybody. And then I'm not. Oh, I do it. I've been putting in this work. But I'm not perfect. So, you take it how it resonates for you. If it's like, yo, all right, Foxy, we get you. We understand. Because you know what? I might be saying something where it's like, oh, shit, that happened to me. Let me see what else she has to say. Because this person's making sense for me. That's why I go to people that have stories that they can talk about themselves, that they can tell about their history, how they got there, why they get there, what promoted them or prompt them to get into that type of position. That's who I listen to, the metaphysics, because we've all been through something that has propelled us spiritually to get to that level. Right? So, people who can talk about themselves, that they screwed up or they messed up in life or they did this or they were locked up. I like to listen to those people. I like to hear and engage in their stories because they might be giving me a message that I need to hear. That's going to help me better myself in some way, shape, or form. Right? So we never know if we're kind of getting judgy, but, definitely use discernment. You just don't want to be like, all right, I trust this person. And they leading you off to drink the Kool-Aid. We don't want that. Toxins. Wow. That is true. That's why it's hard to get out into real nature. Like real nature. Oops. Why did I do that? Okay. Thing is acting wonky. Yeah, that is that. I didn't hear that, but wow, that's crazy. That they have that stuff there. But Lotus such as eating golden grams. Well, yeah. That's for you, I understand. But listen. That's why I'm like, when we gotta get caught up into too much of that other stuff, we gotta relax and not to be too hard on ourselves, show compassion for ourselves. The love languages, compassion, kindness, gratitude, forgiveness, thankfulness, right? Because when we get hard on ourselves, then it's like, damn. Like, you shouldn't have ate that. It's like, no, bump it. I did it. Now I gotta live with the consequences. You might have gas all night long and indigestion, right? That should have learned you not to go eat them spicy chips. Shouldn't have did it, but you did it, right? And you live and you learn. Hopefully you learn. Hold on, I'm lighting up some Palo Santo. I know I was going to get off of here, but I got very happy. He's been bringing some good questions and comments as well as Lotus. So I'm like, ooh, don't get me sparked up with conversation. Get me started with these topics. Okay, so we like this. So you got your silver bracelets. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Gotta find other things to help you center you down, like copper, silver. These I got copper on here and silver. Because and putting them on your legs and your ankles. I know somebody was telling me, one of my girls that I was doing a reading with, she was like, they didn't want me to have that stuff around my legs. I was like, what? They kept falling. So notice if anytime you wear a chain or some piece of gold, or not gold, but any type of jewelry, and you notice it keeps falling, or this ring keeps falling off your finger, or you take it off and you find it is being misplaced, it's not meant for you. There could be some energy on there. I told that to my mother and she didn't realize it until she, and that's my master teacher. So shout out to my mom. She doesn't know she's a master teacher, but I tell her that all the time. You are a master teacher. She's a master teacher. Master teachers don't have to tell you that they're master teachers, though. She had this necklace from one of her ex-husband, and it kept falling. They had been already divorced, but it was a gift. And this necklace kept falling off. So she put it back on, and then like a couple of days, it fall off again. So I said, Mom, that necklace is not to be around your neck no more. And she was like, you think so? But that's my gift, and I love this chain, and da-da-da-da-da. I was like, Mom, just stop. Just stop. Don't wear it. Sure enough, she came up here one time because she's down in Florida now. She came up here with that necklace, and she was like, oh, I'm going to go, I might as well go, sell it. And we went to a jewelry store, and she got some money from it. I was like, see. So it was worth, but it kept falling. So I was like, Ma, that's not, that doesn't need to be around your neck. So notice if you have anything that falls, slips, crystals, I've had that issue where I've had gemstones disappear on me completely, gone into the black hole, the abyss. I don't know where these gemstones went. They have either done their thing, they did what they needed to do, and they're out. And same thing with, necklaces or jewelry, sometimes they could be sent with bad intention. Sometimes they just have this energy on them where it just doesn't need to be on you anymore. That's why it keeps falling off. Let it go. Don't put it back on. Don't try to bless it and all that stuff, because I've done that a couple of times and I still had my crystals have disappeared, some of them. So what I'm saying is like, yeah, that has energy on it, and it can, if it's not meant to be there, then let it go. So those are just little telltale signs of things. But yeah, like I was saying before, when you're listening to somebody or you're subscribing to somebody's platform and stuff, it needs to be organic. It needs to make sense and resonate with you. Otherwise, you don't know who's really doing the true work, or if they're just behind the scenes, like doing all this lip service, and you're taking them like, oh wow, they really mean something, and they out there living some kind of crazy life. Case in point, Rick Ross. And I'm using celebrities because this is who people look at. They don't really notice the regular person, the average Joe. But a Rick Ross, this man was a correction officer who then became this big, high-paid producer, rapper now, using an ex-drug dealer's name. That's why I'm like, yeah, listen, when we get off this hamster wheel, it'll be so glorious. It will make so much sense. It's not going to be in our head like, what? Now you're going to be like, oh. But I remember now, see, a lot of kids are coming up and don't really know who Rick Ross is. They only know Rick Ross as the, rapper. They might not have known about the article of him being a correction officer. And then when I'm hearing that, spidey senses are tingling because I'm like, you're a correction officer in the industry, an correction officer industry, and using a ex drug dealer's name, and now you're living that life. Or you're like not living like, like a drug dealer, but you're like had the material stuff. I'm like, this is like, what? And that's who we're looking up to? But that's some people are like, oh, yeah, he's the truth. No. He's acting like somebody else and making you think that he's doing the good thing, that he's got all the money and all this whatever. Now he probably does. That's because he perpetrated to be like somebody else. That's what I'm saying. We probably, he probably wouldn't have been able to be, I forgot what his real name is. We wouldn't have recognized him, right? But he's out using somebody else's name. So that's what I'm saying, y'all, is the representative. We need to pay attention to the representative, but we also need to listen to the message, and then we can look at the representative like, yay or nay. Yes, no. That's it. We don't need to keep this person, like, hold them up to high esteem because they're not living that life. They're not the average person. And I would say Malcolm X was the closest thing to being like an average person, even though he was around entertainers, in politics. He still was living in, Manhattan and Harlem and Queens. That he still lived in the city. Like, he didn't move into a mansion, and he wasn't like sitting there like living the good life and stuff. The man was broke, hungry. He had mouths to feed. That's my uncle. That's a regular person for me. That's why he makes so much. I love him. Makes so much sense for me. And he never stood on this, I'm bigger than life. He just wanted to help the community get this money going, and that's that. And said, I was doing this back in the days. I was this type of person, but I'm not anymore. And he found God. He found religion that helped him keep grounded. He needed something that was going to help him. That might not work for the next person, but they still need something to keep them grounded. Instead of going ping-ponging around, they need something to help them anchor them and keep them centered. Brother Zay's in the building. Salute. Peace and love. Yeah, very happy. I'm reading what you wrote. Yeah, no, but you're true, and to me, I'm not offended. Yeah, some people don't see their truths. But yeah, we get caught up in titles. We get caught up in that title. Oh, this person's got MD behind their name, or this person's got PhD, and this and it's like, man. And they think they're so much better than the little man. Some of them, not all of them. That oh, I got a PhD. I'm a doctor. And you get all hoity-toity with it. But give me the regular, everyday, average Joe. Give me that Malcolm X, where he told us, I did this, I did drugs, I was in jail, I was pimping chicks out. Give me that, and let me and see how he turned himself around. Give me that person. I want to talk to and I want to study under that person. Because this person is not telling us any, he's not sugarcoating anything. Some people have a hard time with dealing with the truth. Like Very Happy said, they have a problem to see their truth. So they don't know that. But that's why if we see it in somebody, big them up. Stop this lower frequency hating on one another. Stop that. Big that person up. Because you just took some currency from them. You took some energy from them. You sat there and you listened to what this person said. Pay them with attention, with respect. That kind of currency. Not this, they and then you want to blast them and then shoot them down and stuff. No. Then don't be there. Don't be there. You don't like what they're saying? Get out. There's other places. There's other forums. And Brother Malcolm was telling us this. Like, listen, he wasn't trying to induct people in. He was helping them get off the sugar smacks and helping them, people who were destitute and not having a job. They had resources. The Nation of Islam had resources, like the Black Panthers had resources. So you can't work in that place. We got something for you. And yeah, then they'll instill some religion and, Allah and all that stuff. But that's the personal relationship. But, come on, don't shoot. I mean, we don't want to shoot the messenger, but we want to hear what the message is, but we also want to hear what that messenger has to say. I want to see this messenger. If somebody's wearing really nice clothes and they're talking to me about everyday stuff, I'm not really listening to you. I'm sorry. They might have the right message, but because I'm living in my little judgy, I'm like, you're wearing this 3-piece suit and all this stuff, and you're talking about how the Bronx could get better? I don't know. I'm going to watch you from the sidelines because your fancy suits is throwing me off. I want to see you wearing the regular clothes, talking to the regular people. But again, that's our problem. We have this problem. And that's what my problem is. The shiny suits. I see you in a different kind of way. I might listen, but I don't, your outfit is throwing me off. I would rather hear from a bum, honestly, because they got words of wisdom. I don't want to stand too close to, that one. It's but yeah, you know what I'm saying? It has to match. The message kind of sort of has to match the messenger. You get what I'm saying? It kind of has to match. Maybe certain things that are off that you can look at and be like, oh, okay, all right. But if it's too far reached, it's like, you're not getting any connection with me. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to listen completely without that judgmental. Maybe it's my upbringing. I was taught to respect the CEO of the company the same way I would to the janitor. No one gets more than the other. But I lived with the lower man on the totem pole. So we've always been the doers. I didn't grow up in a rich community. I didn't come out that way. So I don't know what that's like. But I know what it's like to hustle and get on the grind. I know that. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know if I could listen to somebody who's economically whatever. And then they're like, oh, but in the Bronx, they need to do that. And I'm like, you don't live here. You're coming all the way from West Bubble, upstate, telling us this, that, and the third. But you're not in the Bronx. You don't live in the Bronx. See, Malcolm was in Harlem. Malcolm was living in Queens. He lived in Mount Vernon. Like, he didn't go upstate, and he wasn't living on Long Island and got a house. He was living humbly. That's what I'm like, okay, that's the Messiah. That's what that's about. You don't see monks living in castles. They're living in very small little shacks. Wealthy is in your mind. Rich is materialistic. So I'm abundant in spirit and in love and my fellowship around me. I don't need all that. Sure, it would help with certain bills and get me out of certain places, but I don't need it to live. That does not make or break me. That's not my name. You get what I'm saying? Like that. So with that rapper and him putting his name and this, that, and the third, and then people are looking at him like, oh, no, he's doing the real thing. He's doing big things. Yeah, off of somebody else's name. He just hoodwinked all of us and then made us think that was who he is when we find out who he really is. And we're like, oh, really? Jeremy? I don't know if that's his name or not, but Lotus. Yeah. Right, Lotus. When people don't see their potential, it's good to encourage them. Yeah, because that's all that is. That's human. Michael Jackson told us this, human nature. Tell me that is human nature. Why? Come on. And then he's singing it in like this love frequency, this love vibe. Michael Jackson was telling us it's human nature. It's in our nature to love one another. Even if we don't like you, we still love you. I don't gotta like you to love you. Love is bigger than that. You get what I'm saying? It's bigger than that. I don't like you today. I don't like you, but I still love you. I don't like things that you did. I don't like the way you talk to me. I don't like what whatever. I don't like you. I don't like your behavior, but I love you. And somebody that loves you is going to talk to you like that. They're going to tell you about yourself. They're going to pull your coat and tell you, look. They're going to tell you about yourself. That's a love language. You're not there. Where's that king at? If you're not emotionally ready for that, then please, you're going to have to sit down. You need to be emotionally ready for all that, to receive that, because it hurts. Somebody's going to tell you they don't like the way you talk to them. You have to be emotionally mature enough to sit there, hold that in without fighting back. Eat those words, digest it, and let it resonate, so then you can understand where these people are coming from. Why are they coming to you like that? They don't like the way you're talking. You might be a little spicy at your mouth. Your behavior might have done something stupid. People that are going to tell you about yourselves, they love you. The people who are like, oh yeah, that was cool, that was fun, and was riding along with you, they don't love you. They might not even like you. They just want to be around your circle. You got to be emotionally mature enough to handle certain criticisms. Words hurt. I told you that. But somebody's telling this truth and they're telling their love coming from their heart, unconditional love. King of Cups and Queen of Cups are the emotional masteries. That's right. And the Queen of Cups is mother energy. So she is definitely going to be unconditional love. No matter what. A kid could most likely be the one to be like, me and my mom's, we have it out. I don't talk to my mom. I haven't talked to my mom and whatever, right? And that kid can close their mother off with no problem. That mother will never forget that child. She will love that child unconditionally, even if that child has been a complete a-hole and bastard to her. Do you see what I'm saying? So a child could look back because that child did not give birth. So they don't know the attachment that the mother has, and she doesn't care if her child is this, that, and the third. If the child has left her for whatever, she will love her child unconditionally and love no matter what. No matter what. That's the Queen of Cups. The King of Cups, he is emotionally mature. He's not about lusting. He's not about, he's all about unconditional love as well, because he's a water sign. He's all about that love. But he's mature enough to know when to fold them and when to speak and say something, all out of love. All right. Okay. So that's a little breakdown with what those cards mean. But that's the energy that is coming through, that came through today with the health, with finances. So there's this emotional maturity. But that's it, y'all. I think we can close out again for the third time. So, get me riled up. That's just it. It's the emotional maturity. And this is the high time. We are just coming off of a solar eclipse, a lunar eclipse. The moon is about emotions. That's Cancer energy. So definitely emotions high, moodiness. We can get at each other, get at each other's throats, yelling, arguments, right? But there's going to be a smooth transition coming soon. The waters will calm down and the tide will recede, and we'll be in a different place. Venus, that's what I did want to talk about really quickly. Venus is in Taurus right now. So that is after a long transit in Aries, where Venus is at her determined. She finally will return home. So Venus is Taurus's zodiac, if you will. Also know that we just got out of Taurus season, right? That has to do with money. So Venus, issues with money might have been happening right now. They still could be, but it will be looking better now than it did during this Mercury retrograde for Tauruses. Okay, so she not only does she love being here, but she functions best because Venus is going to be in her natural sign. And that's from May 21st to June 23rd. All right, this transit will allow us to be more in tune with our senses, enjoying physical touch and spending time in nature. All right. Know also that the North Node is in Taurus as well. That is your higher self, if you will, where you should be in life. It's in Taurus right now. So that has to do with money, love, stability. It's a fixed sign. So it's going to be this grounding. It's going to be kind of this push and pull. It might be a sweet spot for romance. But it'll be coming and going towards the middle of June. And then we got Cancer season, and Cancer is all about that love. They're the water signs. That's the mother of the zodiac. So there's this feeling good. It's in the summertime, so it's this feeling good. And I think the North Node in Taurus and in South Node in Scorpio will be here for like another. It's a year. It hasn't been a year yet, so maybe another half a year, or about a year and a half. Well, this is almost the year is up. So usually with Taurus, this North Node will be a year and a half duration. Right now, we're almost towards the end of the year, and I think we have another half year to go for this transit in the North Nodes and the South Node. Pluto is in. Where is Pluto at right now? Pluto is in a retrograde. That's going to end in October. That has to do with the karma of things. So, if you did anything back in the past that you kind of wronged somebody, It may come back to haunt you and bite you in the butt. If you did something good or you've invested in money, you could be getting a turnaround that way with this Pluto retrograde. But it has to do with transformation. It has to do with dying. You got a lot of Pluto. Oh my goodness. Woof. So there's that karma. There's this scorpionic energy because Pluto is Scorpio is Pluto's planet. So there's this transformation going on. So Pluto, even though it sounds scary, it's not. So it's time for it to go. So that's what Pluto is. Pluto's the planet of transformation. So we got a Pluto retrograde. Mercury is gone back into Taurus. So we're ending this retrograde. It's now in Taurus. So Mercury in Taurus has to do with communication. You could be getting, so somebody was looking for work. I think we were talking about that in the beginning of the video, where there's this issue with somebody work being too much for them or having to leave and finding work somewhere else. So there's this opportunity, okay, where communication between now and in Cancer season is going to be looking good as far as work, getting a job, or just money coming in. May not be a lot of money, but this is just something that, this ebb and flow of money that's been happening for you guys in the collective. What else? And I think that's it. There are other planet alignments and going on and stuff. I don't really pay attention too much to. I like to pay attention to the bigger planets because they are globally. They're for the collective, the macro level. Mercury, it comes every month or every other month or something like that. It's shorter duration than like a Pluto or Jupiter. Those take longer to go through their retrograde and then go direct. So I like to look at those planet alignments because that's going to let us know how like the long haul is going to look, right? So that's it. There's no other. The next eclipse is going to be in Taurus, and that's going to be in November, and I think that's a solar eclipse if I'm not mistaken, but we got a ways to go before that happens. But no, Mercury happens quite frequently, so we'll always kind of get a Mercury retrograde depending on the sign. It can be a little worse or better, but Mercury was just in Gemini, and that's its zodiac sign. So and Virgo, so Virgos and Gemini should have did pretty good with this Mercury retrograde, or anybody that has a lot of Gemini or Virgo placements, they probably did a lot better with this retrograde. Hi, Bo. I'm in the live. Almost done. So I forgot today is what, Wednesday? Yeah. So anyway, so Mercury has to do with communication with Taurus. So there could be this influx of money. There's this communication revolving money and love. So, for the next 2 months, it's going to be looking good. Come Leo season, we'll see how that's going to look because Leos are fixed signs as well. They're that Taurus energy, and they kind of like to be the boisterous, loud. They're loud. Not loud in that respect, but their energy is just like exceeds them. And I have a lot of Leo placement as well. So a lot of fire sign, fixed sign. Okay. I think it's a solar eclipse happening. The cat says, wait, what is that? They're just putting drink that water. Oh no. Wow. Yeah, sending that. Isn't there some? I don't know if any rain is coming that way. I know the Oh my gosh, the hurricane season is what, June down there, June to November or October. What is it? No, June to November. The rain is like, certain spots don't get that. That's bad. Chris is in the building. Salute. Thank you for coming through. Thank you. So we need to get that water energy down there. All that Oshun and Yamaye, just put all that energy in there. Send that down there. Who else is the other one? No, well, you don't want Oriana because she'll be like, whoosh, send the real hurricanes. We don't want the hurricanes to happen. But yeah, it's getting crazy. Like New York City, we had 90-degree weather for like 2 days, and then it went back to down to 60. I was like, what? It's not making any sense. So there's like global stuff going on. But all right, guys, I'm going to bid you adieu. I got to go for real. And again, anybody wanting a personal reading, you can just hit the link in my description there and book a reading with me if you want to have a personal reading. And to everybody that came through, I salute you guys. Again, much love to my Lotus for holding it down in the mods. That's right. Pray for rain and protection from a big cat and safety. Number one. What else? Yeah, that's it, guys. So that's it. I'll probably do a Mindful Monday. Again, if you have any suggestions for a Mindful Monday, what we, want to discuss or what you would like for me to discuss, drop some suggestions in the comments or in the previous Mindful Monday, and I will look into it and see if that works in the confines of the YouTube streets. If I'm smart enough to know what it is, because I don't have the answers to it all, I might have to do my homework if you tell me about it. So it's good. I like to do homework. So all right, guys, with that, peace. Catch you on the flip side.